Mashariki, kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu, nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
I'll kindly request my brother Wasco to pray for us.
Prayer. Thank you, Lord, for bringing us all the way here. We put our governors before Thee. We put this meeting before Thee. Whatever we are going to learn today, we all put it to You to assist us and help us through. We pray and believe in Jesus' name. Amen.
Let's get seated. Chairman, the governors present, deputy governors present, speakers, the first ladies, the CECs present in the house, and all invited guests. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this LREB Special Summit. And at this juncture, allow me to invite the CEO for LREB, Mr. Victor Nyagaya, to take up the program from there. Welcome, Victor.
Thank you very much, Bob. First and foremost, I want to appreciate our excellencies who have graced this occasion, which is very critical. This meeting, led of course by the chair, but the champion is here for this particular event, which is menstrual hygiene management within the block. We take it very, very serious as a block, and that is why together with, of course, Chief of Party and Western Kenya Sanitation Project, we agreed that we shall be having this annual event every year that will culminate into giving awards to counties that have done well in the area of managing menstrual hygiene. And as you know, it is quite an issue with both young girls and vulnerable mothers. So we are trying to upscale and enhance the capacity of this group of persons be able to access easily and without much ado on how to access the pads. As you know, it actually affects children who are in school. From the demonstrations we have seen out there, I'm happy that really measures have been taken to mitigate on that, so that we are able to even use 10 shillings for a young girl to get a sanitary pad that would prevent her from proceeding to do exams. This is what Western Kenya Sanitation Project is enhancing, so that we actually do this within our communities as a business. There's a business component to it, so that it's then sustainable, not something that is one-off. Like I said sometimes back when we were in a meeting, I think in Kericho, celebrating the International Day of the Girl Child, I did mention that menstrual hygiene is a continuous process. It's not a one-off thing that comes around political events. When we go for elections, we have so many support from politicians giving out pads for free, and after election, the story is over. My argument and still is that we need, hygiene is not an event, it is a process. So we want to appeal now that we have our excellencies here gathered to create a proper system in terms of budgetary allocation in their departments to make sure that that budget is actually ring-fenced and used properly for the benefit of the girl child and vulnerable people within our societies. I don't wish to take so much time because we don't have it, but I can also see, and I want to appreciate our First Ladies who have just arrived, and I think First Ladies should sit here, please. Let them sit here. Bring the First Ladies in. And we thank you so much, our First Ladies, together led by. Yeah, please. Bring them. Bring them in. This, please. No, this, here. Yeah, we thank you so much, led by First Lady Emily Nyaribo, and our host, First Lady, Madam Dorothy, Dr. Yako, Dr. Margaret, from Margaret Lusaka. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. We thank you and we appreciate the work we're doing in the area of menstrual hygiene. And we are proud to host you and to have you here. At this point in time, I wish to take this opportunity to call upon Dr. Orengo, who is the Chief of Party for Western Kenya Sanitation Project, Chief of Party for USAID in this area. And we thank you for partnering with us and working closely with us. Thank you so much. Please come forward.
Thank you, CEO. A very good morning to all. The chairperson of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, Your Excellency Professor Peter Anyanyongo, governors present, including the LREB Sanitation and Menstrual Hygiene Champion, Your Excellency Dr. Paul Tuoma, representative of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Mondeti, deputy governors present, all the county first spouses present, speakers of the LREB county assemblies represented, all invited national and county government representatives, private sector and non-state actors present. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome each one of you to Sierra Resort to contemplate collective action on such an important matter as sanitation and menstrual hygiene. First, may I begin by appreciating the collaborations that we continue to enjoy as USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project with individual target counties as well as the Lake Region Economic Bloc as a whole. USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project aims to improve the uptake of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management products and services in select counties within the Lake Region Economic Bloc through a market-based approach keen on strengthening private sector involvement in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And indeed, how the counties can work closely with the various stakeholders to ensure households get access and of course safe access to affordable and quality sanitation and menstrual hygiene products and services. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the question many of us in positions of responsibility would sometimes ask, why invest in sanitation? Why invest in menstrual hygiene management? and particularly in the context of this convening. Why this meeting? And I will take you back to an economic study that was done sometimes by the World Bank, and of course one that we have also recently commissioned to answer some of those questions. An economic study that was carried out by the World Bank in Kenya almost 10 years ago, and of course the numbers have substantially increased, showed that poor sanitation and hygiene costs Kenyan economy over 27 billion Kenya shillings every year, which is equivalent to 0.9% of the annual gross domestic product, GDP. On the other hand, open defecation costs Kenya about 8.8 billion Kenya shillings per year. Yet eliminating the practice would require less than 1.2 million pit latrines to be built and used by the communities. And this, I say again, is a data representing 10 years ago, facts as of 10 years ago, that was done by the World Bank. And so the numbers have really gone high. The assessment findings also took note that some of the barriers to market-based sanitation, including poorer households with a low ability to pay market prices for durable toilets, reluctance to take loans to improve sanitation facilities for fear of inability to pay by the households, poor information flows leading to incorrect perception of durable toilet facilities as being expensive, and of course challenges around escalation of the cost of living, which makes appropriate sanitation and menstrual hygiene facilities inaccessible to many. In addition to that, Your Excellencies, USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project in 2022 commissioned a study on menstrual hygiene management, enablers and barrier study, which pointed out that 41% of women and 34% of girls were completely unaware of menstruation before their first menstruation. And so menstruation in this context came as a shock to up to 41% of women who were interviewed and 34% of girls. And 57% of girls and women described their first menstruation as an unfriendly experience, citing either abdominal or stomach pain, discomfort, stress, body weakness, loss of appetite, among other issues. So the study also revealed that the first source of menstruation information was mainly from teachers in schools, mothers and female caregivers, and of course, female siblings. But most strikingly, the commonly used menstrual products were disposable or single-use products at 88%. Others, including clothes and reusable or washable pads, took 6% and 3% respectively. Notably, pit latrines dominated the waste disposal places for the used pads. And so that highlights the fact that accessibility, of course, is still a challenge when it comes to menstrual products, but most importantly, waste disposal. When we access these products, how we dispose of them remains even a bigger challenge at 88%. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, these are some of the challenges that we need to address. And that answers the why this convening. As we say, Western Kenya Sanitation Project, we remain keen on accelerating the progress on realization and attaining safe, sustainable, inclusive, and resilient sanitation for all of us in the Lake Region community. In keeping with the principle of collective responsibility, therefore, USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project wishes to request Your Excellencies through the LREB Summit and member counties a 4-point agenda for your consideration. A 5-point agenda for your consideration. Sanitation and menstrual hygiene products and services, especially for the marginalized and unserved areas by way of intentional and dynamic county-level policy and regulatory frameworks. Third, that you mobilize support and resources at the highest political level within the counties for sanitation and menstrual hygiene management to disproportionately prioritize sanitation and menstrual hygiene in county development plans. Fourth, that you strengthen policy environment to entrench and sustain gains made in sanitation and menstrual hygiene by enacting legislation, developing an all-inclusive sanitation and menstrual hygiene policies. And fifth and last, that you support the LREB Secretariat to establish government-led monitoring, reporting, evaluation, learning, and review systems that will ensure that all the 14 counties have a robust data systems for evidence-based decision-making. And to highlight the last and the fifth point, lack of data is for the low investment in sanitation and menstrual hygiene, particularly in most of the LREB counties. The challenge is there, but how to prove the challenge and the gap is the problem. And so the last point will greatly help in bringing out the data, the evidence that is needed to tap the investments. And Your Excellencies, those are my asks of you as you retreat this afternoon for the special LREB Summit. In conclusion, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, you say Western Kenya Sanitation Projects commits to remain a dependable partner to the larger target counties in addressing sanitation and menstrual hygiene challenges. And collectively, let us combine efforts to elevate sanitation and menstrual hygiene to its rightful scale as a critical socioeconomic development pillar. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is at this point my single pleasure to once again invite the chairperson of the Strategic Advisory Committee that has not only worked to put this convening together, but also works collaboratively with LREB Secretariat, together with the Office of the LREB Summit Chair and the Sanitation and Menstrual Hygiene Champion Office to advance issues of sanitation and menstrual hygiene across the LREB region. And so, Your Excellency, after Adela, please take the floor. Over to you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Champion of MHM, Dr. Paulo Poma, Your Excellency, Summit Chair, Professor Peter Nyanyoma, Your Excellency, Governors, Deputy Governors, our first spouses, speakers, members of the county assemblies, ladies and gentlemen, including, of course, our LREB CEO. Thank you very much for being here with us this morning. We are delighted and proud that you found this issue of sufficient importance to have you here and to have us engaged today. This Strategic Advisory Committee that I chaired was made up of 3 individuals, starting with our CEO of LREB, Dr. Orengo, who is the chief of party, and myself, and we sat between the champion and the summit chair and the technical committee, whose work will be revealed to us later today in the gala dinner. This, for us, marks the next logical step after September 27th last year, where we sat, we discussed, we agreed, and committed ourselves to take certain specific actions. It is an opportunity to review what we agreed upon and how well we have done. But given the fact that there is more involvement, there is more robust planning, and that more heads, more sectors, more people are involved in this, you would expect that one of the things that should happen from this is that we raise the profile of sanitation to a level where it's top of mind for most people. And if it sounds remote, do consider the effect that sanitation generally has on climate change, on health, on education, on the kind of attitudes that tomorrow's leaders should grow up with. And having said that, the last thing is to thank you and to ask for your full engagement. I know that the team that was planning this is ready for us, and I'm sure that as we go along, all the next steps will be advised to us and we will be guided accordingly. Do have a wonderful day, do have a robust engagement, and may God bless you all. Thank you. And before I invite the champion, which I've been asked to do, I needed to, because the champion is the governor of Busia, I am the deputy governor of Busia, and they know that what's going on here. What happened was, when I realized that my governor is champion, and I thought I must get involved, this is a subject that is critical to us in our future. And then there are some ladies in Busia, our honorable MCs from Busia, please stand up. The caucus that deals with MHM in Busia, they are here in a number. The chairperson is over there. Thank you very much, ladies. They invited me to an event where they were promoting MHM, good MHM management. Here comes the Honorable Excellency Governor for Bungoma, Governor Karibu. And your seat is ready. Karibu, Governor. So when these ladies invited me to join them in this event, I then said, now we have an opportunity for complementary messaging. The governor will say, speak as a man, we need someone to speak as a woman. And from that day on, I declared myself a woman. However, if the biology does not confirm that, the spirit will. God bless you all. Thank you. And may I now invite Dr. Follow Poma, our MHM champion across the LREB region.
Asante sana, Your Excellency, our Deputy Governor, and also our CC for help, our Chair of LREB, and now the Vice Chair who has also just arrived, Your Excellencies from Nyamira and Bomet, Your Excellencies who are representing the other counties, and the past powers of the LREB region. Let me ride on the protocols earlier established. Good morning. Asante sana. I think I'm just going to make a few remarks because the main issues have already been articulated, and we are going to have a session to even interact more. I think as earlier mentioned that we met here late last year in LREB region, and we declared that we ourselves are going to be champions for WASH program and the menstrual health management hygiene. And today is almost 1 year down the line. So this event will not be coming at a better time to just reflect
of the commitments that we made last year as to what kind of journey we have walked. Basically establishing where we are and then reflecting on what Dr. Orengo, who is our chief of party, just said here about his asks. The asks from us, all the stakeholders. The main theme has been how do we mainstream menstrual hygiene in our policies, in our financing, in our activities, in our pronouncements, in our engagement, and in so doing also at policy level, how we making sure that we are prepared to really make sure that the gains that we make don't again, we go back on them after we have made such efforts to move forward. So how do we safeguard the gains that we have made? We are aware, and it has been mentioned here, and I said I don't want to repeat, on the importance of menstrual hygiene for our girls, our mothers, and our sisters. And sometimes I just like asking, for those whom we have been interacting with often, it may look repetitive, but every day it's just good to remind ourselves. In this audience, I would just like to find out how many people are parents. Among you parents, how many of you don't want your daughters to menstruate? None. So, sisi wote tunataka hii maneno. Si ndio? How many of you would like their sons, to specifically look for people who don't menstruate? Professor Machika sana. Again, none of us. So again, it just emphasizes that this is a biological activity that is part and parcel of humanity. But over the years, we have not handled this matter well. We cannot say that it is today that we are becoming aware. It is just that we were aware, but we were not handling it well. So the issue before us here is how are we making sure that we handle the menstrual hygiene, the menstrual periods of our children in a better manner. Maybe for the men who are here again, how many of you buy your daughters the first menstrual pad when they start menstruating for the first time? How many did that? Now that we're checking, sir. But how many frequently have managed to buy their daughters some sanitary pads? Again, very few. Among the ladies, nearly always, all of them. So you can see why we need to work together. Because parenting is a responsibility for both of us, the father and the mother. But you can find on this task, men are very few. And we need to up our game, and I tend to think that is where we have failed. Again, among the LREB counties, how many of you have mainstreamed menstruation, menstrual hygiene in your policies and in your budgets? In whom I can see it here. Even if the governor is not here and you are a technical person from whichever county, you can just lift up your hand. I've only seen Kisumu only. Busia iko, sema tu jina kama umenini, county. Migori, Homa Bay, Trans Nzoia,
Bomet.
Bomet. Kama unajua ulikuwa umenyamaza tu. Again, wana watu wako technical panel. So that is important. The only issue now is what kind of activities that we are going to use these budgets and these policies, and to have measures in place like Chief of Parties had enumerated in his ask to the county, and maybe just to highlight again the results that we expect. As we said, we need improved accessibility to these menstrual hygiene products. We need knowledge dissemination. We need to make sure that we bring partners, private partners, because we are talking of it being private partner driven, and we are happy with the exhibitions we have seen out there. My chairman, I'm sure you can attest to that, because we have seen there
displays where we are told they are reusable sanitary pads that you can use even for a year. And I think the cost was around 600 shillings, yeah, to 1 year. And as someone said earlier, sometimes during political period, you see heightened activities from politicians to provide sanitary pads. But after that, you know, it's just fizzles out. But if we can now partner with some of the development partners or businesses that we have seen here, I'm sure we can start these activities a bit earlier. So that maybe 1 year down the line, when you're speaking on a podium, somebody can say, I'm still using the one you provided. See what I'm saying? Instead of waiting for that time. And that's why we are talking about mainstreaming this thing, so that it's not seen as a taboo activity. We also think we need to engage our schools much more. And in my view, it should not just be girls' schools. Even for the sake of knowledge, just boys' schools. Because these are the future parents. And we have got these Africans saying that mtu unaokuja kama bado ni mdogo. So when people grow up and boys believing that this is a stigma, this is where you have got this kind of discrimination among our girls. And I thought that we need to expand this thing to even our boys' schools as part of our awareness programs. Because I remember we used to start learning some kind of biology, I think in Form 1 or something like that. And we used to learn that biology. So I don't see what a natural phenomenon, especially I'm aware that in some places, even some of our girls start menstruating as early as 9 years or even earlier. So there's not a good subject to say that this is a young person who should not be knowing. If a young girl of 9 years is menstruating, if he's not aware of that activity, then what would you be expecting of her? I want to end there because to welcome you and to again continue thanking USAID for working very closely with the LREB County. I also want to acknowledge what the first spouses of the LREB region, what you are doing. We really want to thank you so much. The assemblies, the ladies' caucuses. I would also wish that we have some male caucus members of the assembly. Ayeto, you have a caucus, or you came here as a finance person?
We have.
You have a caucus. From Busia, who na caucus assembly. I hope the health committee should form a caucus. Oh, very good. You have a caucus for menstrual hygiene champion. Asante. Let me end again by thanking my deputy governor for the role that you have also taken to complement our efforts as a county, because we say you can't be a champion when you yourself, you are not doing it. You must practice this at home before you are able to expand. So let me thank you so much for embracing that role wholeheartedly, in addition to the whole of team that has come from Busia and of course the whole LREB family. We really want to thank you. Asante sana. Naona CEO umefika kuonyesha masaa imekwisha. Asanteni, shukran, na tutakuwa pamoja, and I hope the evening is going to be good, so that in the evening we are going to see what we will have been talking about here. We want to see that whoever are going to be enumerated or be evaluated, that we will walk out of there knowing that yes, these are the real champions within our region and the Republic of Kenya. And I'm really proud, even outside when I go proud, you know, I speak about this thing. Even during the UNGA meeting in New York, niliwaambia mimi ni mtu wa menstrual hygiene. Na hiyo ndio nilitambua nayo hata kuliko hiyo nyingine ya gavana. By the way, that's what gave attention to whichever panel that I was chairing. When I say I'm also a champion, I'm a governor of Busia and a champion of menstrual health, I got a lot of attention, because that time we were discussing the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are just 7 years away from them. And you know that health, hygiene, and gender mainstreaming, avoiding gender violence, is one of the major thematic areas in Sustainable Development Goals ambition. Thank you and God bless you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I've been given another task. Honor to invite Engineer Onditi to speak on behalf of Dr. Eric Ruto, who may not have arrived. Karibu sana, Engineer. Hii kitu mna sanitize kidogo. Unajua iko corona inatembea. You are not aware? Yeah. So our hygiene people, please make sure you are sanitizing our mics.
All county governors present, first ladies of our great counties, deputy governors, speakers of county assemblies, members of the county assembly, CEC's president, LREB secretariat led by the CEO, Bwana Victor Nyagaya. We have also USAID Western Region led by Chief of Party, Dr. Paul Orengo, business leaders, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Receive greetings from the Chamber President, and is also the President of International Conference Great Lake Region, Dr. Eric Ruto, who was meant to be here with you today, and as we speak, is having a meeting with the chair of COG in Nairobi, Governor Waiguru. So I'll stand in for him. We are from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Before I read his speech, also in the Bible it is written that remind them even if they know. I would like to remind you who we are. Kenya National Chamber of Commerce was formed in 1965 and was formed as a not-profit making organization. After 2010 promulgation of our constitution, we devolved to 47 counties. And each and every 47 counties, we have the chair, we have the vice chair, and we have directors elected. Chamber of Commerce is a formation of businessmen and women coming together to make sure that the private sector and the government work together in developing our country. So today here we have people who have come from Western Kenya, the 4 counties, and Nyanza. I'm the national director representing the Nyanza, 6 counties. We have Bwana Shimaka representing the Western region. Where is Bwana Shimaka? We have also Batiani representing North Rift and also South Rift. So I'm going to embark on the speech of the President. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this annual Sanitation and Menstrual Hygiene Management Forum. And I would like in particular to recognize the chair of LREB, His Excellency Honorable Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, EGH, and the champion of this initiative, His Excellency Honorable Dr. Paul Nyongesa Otuoma, EGH. Today we are gathered here in the vibrant city of Kisumu, a city that not only pulses with the potential of the Kenyan spirit, but also represents the bargaining opportunities that our nation has to offer. Kenya, often termed as the economic powerhouse of the East Africa, continues to ascend the ladder of development and economic diversity. If you read the program
The speech is all about creating an enabling environment for investment in sanitation and hygiene in LREB. Our strategic geographic position not only gives us with a panoramic view of the Indian Ocean, but also serves as a central artery into the heart of African continent, providing unparalleled access to the East African community and COMESA region. Our commitment of fostering an environment conducive to business is evident by our client in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business Index. This, coupled with a young, vibrant, and well-educated workforce, makes Kenya the veritable ground for discussions on health-related issues. The Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry joined the team, being a premier agency that promotes and protects the interests of the business people by making health sector a sustainable priority in its establishment. We have a sector committee dedicated to this cause that is vibrant and addressing the investment needs in the sector. It's vital to note that the current government bottom-up transformation agenda better has prioritized health as a key sector to drive economic growth. Dear participants, globally and Africa sanitation and menstrual hygiene management discussions are gaining momentum. I'm pleased that the Kenya Lake region has taken the topic under the health pillar. We recall that on May 28, 2023, the world came together to celebrate Menstrual Health Day. The theme of the Menstrual Health Day 2023 was making menstruation a normal part of life by 2023, emphasizing the need to eradicate the stigma surrounding menstruation and address the issue of period poverty. However, this is a pipe dream for young girls. This biological process should never cause seclusion or shame for those experiencing it. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Lake Region economic bloc, period poverty remains a pressing concern, with many low-income women and girls struggling to access essential menstrual products such as sanitary pads, underwear, and pain medication. The negative attitudes and misinformation about period limit women and girls' potential. Too often, they mislead on school and employment due to lack of hygiene facilities and products to easily go about their daily life while on menstruation. This presents a lot of risk in their daily life. Young girls have been forced to go into the open to deal with their period needs, exposing them to physical and psychological harm, and resorting to engaging in transactional sex to avoid this supply, highlighting the urgent need for action now. Dear participants, research indicates that girls in Kenya, they lack crucial knowledge about menarche and menstrual hygiene management, leading to harsh cultural practices and a limited understanding of the topic. Encouraging open discussions at home is vital, as 50% of girls openly discuss menstrual and a mere 12% feel comfortable talking about it with their mothers. Furthermore, misconception persists, with 1 in 4 girls not associating menstruation with pregnancy. There is no specific goal or indicator of menstrual health management. However, this is relevant to several sustainable development goals. Goal 3 on ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being. Goal 4 on inclusive and equitable quality education. Goal 5 on gender equality. Goal 6 on ensuring availability and sustainable of water. Goal 8 on economic growth, and 12 on sustainable consumption and production pattern. Ladies and gentlemen, the country has laid down instruments to support this sector that include the Kenya Menstrual Hygiene Management Policy of 2019 to 2030. That was preceded by the Menstrual Hygiene Management Strategy. The private sector, through innovative products, need to bridge the gap, and we are in the private sector of the supply of products and improvement of sanitation in the country. And that's why we partner with county governments and we partner with USA. Therefore, Kenya and its members have to come up with affordable, readily available products, which we've seen while we are going around there, to meet the market demand. Dear participants, the challenges faced in the sector are diverse, but we can surmount them when we come together, the way we come together today. According to the survey done by Procter & Gamble, 42% of Kenyan girls have never used sanitary pads and instead use alternatives such as rugs, blankets, pieces of mattress, and tissue and cotton wool, posing great risk of reproductive tract infection that can have serious long health consequences. Alongside lack of awareness of matters pertaining to menstrual health and hygiene, period poverty, often overlooked by many, plays a huge role in barring women from accessing period care. It is estimated that 65% of women and girls cannot afford sanitary pads. It is alarming that due to limited access to feminine hygiene products, 1 million schoolgirls miss an average of 4 school days per month during the menstrual cycle, to lack of access of sanitary products and proper facilities, which leads to lower education attainment. Dear participants, several steps can be taken to address this issue, such as promoting awareness and education about menstrual to reduce stigma and empower young girls and women. The government, through the private sector, should also ensure affordable and accessible sanitary pads for all, potentially through subsidies or community-based initiatives. Programs such as the Omanga Care, implemented by Honorable Millicent Omanga, that has supported hundreds of girls gain access to sanitary towels, go a long way when catering for the needs of girls. The politician is also known for not shying off from advocating against period shaming, using her voice to advocate for equity and the importance of fostering respect in the workforce. And I'm sure we have many ladies like Honorable Omanga who can do that. Other initiatives we can take is improve school and workplace facilities with clean and private restrooms with disposal options, or by creating employment opportunities for women to help curb the issue of period poverty. By engaging the community in addressing period poverty through local initiative and support networks. We can help mitigate and impact the period has on women and girls in Kenya. We can also do this by capacity building, investing in capacity building of local authorities to enforce regulations and manage sanitation projects, effectively equip local community with skills needed to participate in and benefit from sanitation initiatives. We need also to have strategic policy development. Crafting policies that prioritize sanitation and hygiene as integral components of regional development and harmonize sanitation goals with the overall development objectives. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the significance of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management should never be underestimated, as it plays a crucial role in impacting various aspects of individual life by ensuring access to affordable menstrual products, comprehensive education on menstrual hygiene management, and fostering an environment free from stigma. We can empower women and girls, paving the way for their overall well-being and success. Awareness of water sanitation and hygiene needs to be emphasized as it under prioritized, given significant gap in access to sanitation facilities in urban, low-income settings. Accordingly, it is critical to empower the bloc via the Secretariat to support this initiative, to spur the counties on both menstrual hygiene management and generally the program that leads to the business concept, as opposed to token input from politicians and non-real players in the sector. I'm optimistic that outcome of this forum will go a long way in making the sector better. As Kofi Annan quotes, access to sanitation is a human right, and the lack of access has serious consequences for public health, dignity, and prosperity. Ladies in the House, you will agree with me that menstruation is just a way for your body to let go of something that is no longer needed. Ladies and gentlemen, together we can make the menstrual hygiene better. And today, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. A big hand for the insightful opening remarks. We wanted to invite the CEO of LREB.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I think for the mix-up, because I would like now to take this opportunity to hand over to the LREB Summit, and I will be inviting the Vice Chairman of the LREB Regional Economic Bloc, His Excellency Governor Musaka, to make your remarks, and then you invite the Chair to run with the rest of the program. Maybe from there, then the Secretariat can take over. Thank you. Karibu. Makofi kwako. And makofi pia to the presenter and the opening remarks. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, my colleague, Governor Otuoma, the Chair colleague governors, first ladies, including mine. Stand up so that I know you're around. That is Dr. Margaret Makelo, the wife to yours truly. So I came in late, but I'll make a few remarks and invite our chair. But just to say that this is coming at a very appropriate time. I have a very sad story for Bungoma, where we reported very high early pregnancy. In one of the schools, we have 58 girls pregnant. 58. When we did the research in one of the villages, we have 19 girls pregnant between the ages of 15 and 17. So I was asking myself, what is taught in these schools? Is it practical biology, reproductive health, and they're not teaching any other subjects, or what is the problem? So one of the reasons when we went out, because we have embarked on a serious campaign to address this issue because it's going to affect us in the long run, was that, okay, they reported poverty, but I told them poverty has not started yesterday. But it's a contributory factor because of girls owned up and saying sometimes they cannot afford sanitary towels, and therefore they are forced to be assisted by some young men, including border borders, and some of these fellows who are ready to assist them. In the process, they have gotten pregnant. So I think this is a matter for Bungoma, but I'm sure it is in all the counties. So it's a matter, this menstrual hygiene that we are talking about is something that we must all confront. We must come together to address it. And I want to call upon all the partners and all of us who can do something about it, to save our girls. Otherwise, we are going to have problems in terms of those who take over from the first ladies who are here and the ladies who are already in position, because those girls, their life is not going to be the same, and it's a big challenge. So I think this is coming at a critical time, and we must come up with practical solutions that will address some of these issues. It's not enough just to meet here annually so that we don't make it a ritual, just to be meeting and listening to great speeches, and then we get back into our big vehicles and go back to our destinations, wait for another ritual next year. I think we need to come up with practical solutions and maybe report back on what we have achieved from this great meeting that we have today. As a vice chair, I've been a deputy and I know what it means. Rule number 1 of 48 laws of power, you don't outshine your master. Therefore, and in a good speech, like I say, for those who have listened to me, is like a mini skirt. Short enough to cover the subject matter, and long, short enough to arouse interest, but long enough to cover the subject matter. With those remarks, I invite my chair, Professor Anyano, to come. Thank you very much, my deputy. You agree that I have a very good opinion. I'm a yeah. Secondly, you will also agree that I have a very good champion for menstrual. That one. Eh? And then a phenomenon was happened in Busia. Once Paul became a champion, the deputy followed instantly. Now we have got 2 women heading Busia. One for diploma, the other is deputy. And you see, I didn't go to Conga because of other things. But then Paul came and reported to me that, look, the title that excited the world most was that of a champion for menstrual hygiene. They say they're going to carry out this title everywhere. I don't want to went to COP28. At a hook. Like a hook title. So the people who met me said, well, you people do very well because men are becoming a champion for something very important. But I think it is just as well. I think we should have been happy. But better late
than the little young. So I think we are not doing too bad. But before I make my opening remarks, could I request the first ladies who are here? Please come forward. Next to me here. Don't be shy. My first lady, you lead them. All of you. Because I want to introduce you to this audience. And I want you to say a word or two to give you legitimacy to speak, because I want to be speaking on behalf of these great women here. Let me begin by my first lady. Introduce yourself and introduce your colleagues, and then things will follow. Mutatis mutandis.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. Yeah, your faces show that it's already afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Dorothy Nyongo, and Mama Kisumu. I'm here with my chair, and I'll hand over to her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is wife to His Excellency Amos Nyarigo from Nyamira. And I'm glad to be here as the champion of MHM. We went to Busia, and the chair, inaugurated us to that position. And we will tell you how much we have done. But here we have the first lady of Bungoma.
Good afternoon, all. Your Excellencies, the governors, and all guests present. I'm also happy to be here this afternoon to share the experiences that we have had and give proposals of what we can do as first ladies. So we'll share what we have at the right time. Thank you. You have truly said it. I'm Dr. Margaret Makelo. I'm a research scientist in Harvard, Nairobi. Thank you.
And then on my left, we have the Vice Chair of County First Ladies Association, and also the spouse to the Governor Gori County, Dr. Ochilo Ayako. All protocols observed. Unfortunately, he's not here. I think the Deputy Governor was to come and represent him, but Migori is far. He's on the way. He'll also be with us, but receive greetings from him. I know we will be having our session later in the day, but what surprised me is that when the Deputy Chair talked about the 58 girls, I asked Dr. Makelo how many men were involved, and I was told there were 3. So, men, you really need to assist us. We will be speaking more as the day goes, but my name is Agnes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, First Ladies. Thank you very, very much. Now, I want to know what is it that they eat in that country. It may give us a secret why 3 men can 24 hours a day. That's another research you have to do. What not to eat. Someone, otherwise you go berserk. Now, I will make very few remarks because I think we have had quite a bit of this thing. You know, let me ask my governors who are here also to come and say 1 or 2 words of welcome to the audience before I make those remarks. Because the first ladies have spoken. The people want to hear your voices too. You have heard Utuma, you have heard Osaka. We still have not heard the other governors, deputies representing the governor. Governor of Nyamira, Tapadani. This is my big brother. Yours is Mike.
Good afternoon. We are here to support the project of this fund and relax. And, I think I can hear straight away undertake that any legislation which has not been done in Nyamira, we will do it. Because this is a noble project which needs all support until we reach 100% accessibility. For the 57 guys and the 3 boys or men, I think the easiest solution is to do castration.
Otherwise called radical vasectomy in polite language. By colleague, Deputy Governor as well. Can you please come? Oh, Governor Bashok. Sorry. Governor Bashok, I don't know why. Come, please, my brother. Yeah, please. You people know Governor Bashok. You? Makofi, you. I understand.
Thank you, our chair. Good afternoon. Professor Hilary Bachok, Governor Bomet. And Bomet has not been part of this program, but we are happy to join you. Menstrual hygiene, as has been mentioned by my colleagues, is our issue. It's not women's issue. And I think I'm happy with what our champion said and what our chairman also has reinforced, which is a very strong message to us men that we need to support our women. It's a health issue, it's a social issue, it's also an economic issue. And that is why we need everybody on board. And I'm happy that we have Chamber of Commerce being part of us. And that is a very clear message that all of us have a role to play as governors, as officers serving with the government, the private sector, in the community. I think it's an issue that all of us need to address. I also want to commit that based on the exhibitions that I've seen, I'll be talking to a few of you to see how we can assist our girls in the moment. I've seen my MCA there. Jefta is Jefta is our elected MCA representing Manare Ongela. We have our chairman in charge of health, who is also my MCA. So we will be budgeting some money so that we can purchase, especially the reusable sanitary pads, so that we can distribute to our schools and our cars. So that we don't have the same thing, because that is a very sad story. If we have 3 men impregnating 58 cars, that's a very serious issue. Probably is because they wanted someone to support her to purchase sanitary pads. And in the process, they are exposed. That is very, very sad. And that means all of us have to take action. Chairman, thank you very much. And Bomet is happy to be part of this.
Thank you very much, Governor. His Excellency, for those very good remarks. Next, please. Please over there. My eyesight is not very good when there's light. The other side. Sheila is there.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chair of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, together with the Vice, the Champion, His Excellency, Dr. Paul Okloma, Your Excellencies, and the distinguished audience, good afternoon. I'm Wilberforce Kitiazo, the Deputy Governor of the County of Vihiga. Receive greetings and best regards from His Excellency Dr. Wilbert Otichilo, who is the Governor of Vihiga County. He got engagements, but he's with us onto this important annual engagement. And I want to take cue from the Governor Bomet that Vihiga County has not been part and parcel of this program, but we are delighted to join the rest of the counties in the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And I want to give you an undertaking that we will be more proactive and ensure that we play the required role in the realization of what this program really seeks and has been able to address. And we are ably represented here. I think I've come along with the CCM in charge of water and sanitation, together with a delegation of honorable members. I've seen representation from the county on the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, plus other players. I give an undertaking on behalf of His Excellency the Governor, Dr. Wilbur Tichilo, and the great county of Vihiga, that we shall not be left behind on this important program that we stand together. So I wish all the best. Thank you very much. Vihiga stands with the rest of the family in the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Finally, the Deputy Governor Trans Nzoia, Sister Philomena, tafadhali. Karibu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellencies and all protocols observed, my name is Philomena Kapkori, Deputy Governor, Trans Nzoia County. I just want to confirm that indeed, as a county, we are committed to this initiative. I think it comes at a very opportune time to see and hear about the statistics in the year 2013. I think that's really, really unfortunate, but I'm happy we are doing something about it. I want to just request Trans Nzoia representatives to stand up wherever you are and wave. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are committed and we will walk this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think with me, I came with a mirror team. There is a Minister for Health. This team. There is Chairman of Commerce, Mr. Motuli, and this team. Motuli,
Your Excellency the Chair, all other excellencies, protocol observed, good afternoon. My name is Pastor Jennifer Batiani, Deputy Governor Bungoma. And I want to say, for us Bungoma, it's good that already we know the problem that is affecting us. And our governor has told us to get out of our offices and do a serious sensitization workshop and training meetings in our communities. And I want to assure everyone that next year, the story will be different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just in Bungoma the other day, please say, I don't know what your friend is, the Governor of Bungoma. Could I now ask all the county ministers? Yeah. Well, the Governor of Bungoma is it? No, but you are not there. You are you there? Yes. Time passes very fast. Eh? Now, could I ask all the ministers who have come to this meeting to stand up, because I can't call all of you one by one. Just stand up and wave to the conferees. Ministers from various counties, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Secondly, the members of the county assemblies. Members of the county assembly of Kisumu and others, please just stand up. I want to recognize you that you're here. All members of county assemblies, thank you very much for coming. This is very good representation. Okay. I know that we are cut out for time, so I'll be very brief in my remarks because I don't want to repeat what others have said. But one thing I want to say, the issue of environment. You know, this thing called diapers, which I'm told do not decompose at least for 500 years. That's a big danger to our environment. I remember one day we went to a place called Kapote here in Kisumu with my cabinet, and that is where we were told that diapers thrown in rivers going towards the lake and trapped in that kapute in a swamp and a kind of a foggy place. And it was amazing how many we found heading to the lake. So it's a big environmental danger. I want to congratulate the entrepreneurs who are making this biodegradable diapers. This is a big invention by them, which we in counties, led by the ambassador for menstrual hygiene, Dr. Otuma, I think we want to support all these entrepreneurs so that we can have an alternative to diapers to save our environment, but also to reduce the cost of buying these things to our girls. Finally, sometime last year, not last year, early this year, I think it was in March, I was at Temple Labor College with Safari, what do you call this company? That, not Safari, the one that gives, no, this thing, about phones and so on. Safaricom. They're talking about Safari. That one. We were with Safaricom and Standard Chartered Bank at Tom Boyer Labor College, giving bursaries and scholarships to students who are set for that exam from primary school going to high school, and they took the rest to give the bursaries going to high school. There was one girl, 11-year-old girl, who had passed through the last girl size, and she was a mother. A mother at 11. But Safaricom decided, nonetheless, they must give her scholarship. She had passed very well. The question was, how was she going to go to high school away from Yanga? Last girl size, and she's a mother. This thing bothered me so much that I asked Safaricom, can we try and find a solution? So after consulting my minister for health, Dr. Ganda, he said the best thing to have a mother child facility in a health center where girls like those can leave their children and proper health care and proper care actually when they go to school. Because if they leave the children at home, most likely, usually, the children are abused. Most likely, except in exceptional circumstances. That they have start a mother-child facility in one nearest health facility to see how it works and how it can be replicated as well. So this is a big problem. It's a big problem because when I confronted it and tried to find a solution, it was crazy, but Safaricom, thank goodness, was ready to come and help, and we work on this together. So, Tom, Paul, thank you so much for jumping in this course. It has opened our eyes to look for practical solutions, and this particular consultation, I hope, will come up with practical solutions, as indeed the presenters this morning have said, and indeed the first ladies have been championing in our counties. Thank you very much for coming. Victor, what's the next thing? Quick, short break, sit down. What do you mean short break? You're going to make a presentation. You don't want to give us a break. We go straight away. Okay, slave labor, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you so much, Chair, and let us give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. At this point in time, we will be brief. I would wish to call upon our acting pillar head for health, Witness Umbo, to give a very quick, short presentation on the state of the county's menstrual hygiene in the 14 county blocks. And we invited the rest of the counties who are not in the program so that we can now walk this journey together. And we will be appealing to the USAID chief of party to put our case forward in New York. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Our Excellencies, Governors, Deputy Governors present, our CECs present. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Ochieng Bumbo, and I'm supposed to talk about the status of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management within our region. Now, the first thing that I would want to talk about is the issue of open defecation when it comes to sanitation within the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Now, one thing that we picked up is that 5% of the counties we have within our region do have people defecate openly, and at the end of the day, leading to other conditions that are likely to occur within our region. One thing that I would want to say is that what we had in cholera outbreak within the Lake Region Economic Bloc that cuts across within the region itself. And one challenge is that if we don't address issues on sanitation within our counties, however much we have toilets and we have the best facilities within our houses, then we're likely to be exposing ourselves to this particular condition. Because at the end of the day, we still need to go to the market, buy this particular product, and we're likely to be facing these particular conditions within our region. Then, as per the issue on sanitation and latrines, out of 81% the population we have within the Lake Region Economic Bloc, 81% were ordinary pit latrines. So at least we have pit latrines. But at the end of the day, we still have people still defecate openly. So the recommendations, I think most of the things were talked about by the COP, but some of the recommendations that came up out of this particular study is that we need to have a level whereby we are able to have indicators that cut across within the LREB region. So that when you talk about sanitation, what we say is talking about, and what Omaba is talking about when it comes to sanitation is in one length. That means that whenever we want to ask for donations from different partners and donors, then we work as a block. And when we pitch our ideas as a block, it becomes easier for us to get an attention. And that is why we have Western Kenya sanitation. They talked about 8 counties. But imagine talking about 14 counties sharing it with the World Bank and other organizations to support it. It's likely to be supported. And this one requires for us to have a proper indicators within our region. Number 2 is to allocate money in form of a budget within LREB on sanitation. We looked at the budgets that have been allocated on sanitation, and most of the counties have budgets that are more or less pinned up on other things in relation to public health. So they're not specifically for sanitation at the end of the day. So that means that whenever a donor or somebody wants to support it, it becomes difficult for them because the counties look a little bit more serious when it comes to issues on sanitation. So we have to find ways of disintegrating this particular budget and talk as a team, whereby a percentage is allocated for a particular kind of sanitation within the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And that will lead us to an issue whereby we don't have to have people going to the hospitals because we are preventing conditions, we are promoting conditions within our community, helping us reduce the chances of us going to facilities. And that is the major aim of public health, primary health care within the country itself. And then another thing is that you cannot invest in education if you don't invest in MHL. You cannot invest in education if you don't invest in sanitation. And we've been given an example of our ladies being pregnant at a particular level. So however much we are investing in this particular education, if you don't pitch ideas in relation to sanitation and MHL, then you're likely to be having our mothers, our sisters, our girls, not achieving the potential that they require at the end of the day. So education must be supported by proper sanitation. And then on the 4th one is about mobilization of resources. And mobilization of resources comes from those particular key indicators that we have. So for us to mobilize these resources, our key indicators must match throughout the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the Health Pillar Lead for LREB Secretariat. Mine is to moderate a Q&A very briefly before we retreat into the side sessions. And I will take you through what the side sessions has for us. But in the meantime, based on that short, precise presentation by LREB Secretariat, highlighting sanitation and menstrual hygiene issues, we are happy to take any questions. Of course, there will be a lot of insufficient information provided during the side sessions. So open Q&A. Who wants to break the ice? You can break it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Julius Gaya, the Speaker of the County Assembly. We are a block of 14 counties, and in here we told some counties are not benefiting from the project. Can we be told which counties are not benefiting so that we know? Thank you.
Maybe we can take 3 more and then have the response from the program. Yes, there is a hand over here.
Thank you. My name is Honorable Raicha Bere from Yamira, Chair of the Health Committee. Since we have 14 governors who work together in this block, is it possible for us to have a committee of representatives of various counties to spearhead this program so that this region can also be called a champion, so that you can be able to champion this program, all of us together, and the ones who have already started, so that they can be able to assist the rest of us so that we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. That question before we respond.
The target really wanted. Here, I look at it, the 14 counties, and we have 7 to 8 counties, and they have common cross-cutting issues. And this is like a crisis back to the village. I pray to the donor to look at it, to see if we can allocate some funds for the counties that have been left out, even if it might not be really after the ones which are already allocated. Put something at least like a seed to jumpstart through the county to see if you can supplement, because it touches across and it's a very, very touchy issue. Our girls. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think as we take more questions, I could offer clarity to the first 3 questions. First is to clarify on which counties are target counties and which ones are not. So as of now, the target counties are 8, and this 8 includes Kisumu, Siaya, Kakamega, Bungoma, Homa Bay, Migori, and Kisii. And of course, any that has not been mentioned within LREB is out of the target counties. Secondly, the question of a coordination platform. The Honorable Speaker from Homa Bay has asked if there is a possibility of having a common platform. And I do wish to say yes, there is, and that is why LREB is taking leadership in this, to coordinate and to also provide commonality across the counties. But most importantly, as was captured in my 5-point ask to His Excellency the Governors, is the need to have a monitoring and evaluation framework that would help not just the target counties for purposes of this program, but also the other counties that are within LREB to have the requisite data, because when programs of this nature are being designed, one thing for sure that informs the exclusion and its inclusion criteria is the numbers. And sometimes the county could have a very dire need, but until and unless there is sufficient evidence to confirm that the numbers, this is what the number says, then it becomes very difficult for any donor to then invest in those specific counties. So I'm not saying it is a weakness on the part of the counties, but if we collectively have a platform that allows LREB Secretariat to provide that intelligence and data to His Excellency the Governors to make very concrete decisions, then we can collectively mobilize investments in sanitation and MHM collectively. The third, again, I think, was to put an ask to the donors to consider extending beyond the target counties. Again, that is a request that is received, but as I said, there is sometimes the design process of a program, but also the reality that you come to find on the ground. So the reality is such that the demand is beyond the 8, but the design is such that only 8 were included. So as a program, we are being deliberate and intentional about catalytic processes and activities. And one of them is this convening, so that we provide that discourse where issues of sanitation and menstrual hygiene can be discussed, not just for purposes of sparking a debate, but also to explore how we can move collectively together. May we take a few more questions?
Good afternoon. My name is...
I'm going to give a suggestion to my dear friend Dr. Renko, that you can have a two-tier approach, whereas the 8 counties which are already included can be included because of proven data. The other counties can be included second tier and say, in these counties, we are going to be getting data and information which prepares them to then, in the next phase, to join the others. Just leaving them out altogether, I don't think it's good, really, because the problem is comes from the county. To bring them in, actually process, while awaiting to be included. So the preparatory process will determine. I think that would be a good solution, in my view.
I'm reminded by the MC that we need to also go this side, not too much of this, but Your Excellency, the LREB Chair, thank you for the suggestion, well taken. Again, in the afternoon, we will have an opportunity as Excellencies to draft a communique, and which can also be used for higher level advocacy in relation to the request. Thank you so much. I will... Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Abu Atieno Mohammed. I'm the chairperson of Women in Business, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. And I've heard from our regional director in Kenya County. We are represented in all the 47 counties. In each of the 47 counties, as a chair, a woman chair, Women in Business. So my request is that could LREB consider working with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce in the Lake Region area, so that KCCI, which is represented all over, can work with the county governments and also with LREB to promote the sanitation and mental health program. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a request and not necessarily a question. And so the LREB CEO has taken note of that. Go to.
Thank you. My name is Philip Maina, lead of Majority Kakamega County Assembly. I'm just concerned from what I've gathered in a short time is about the issue of disposal. When we discuss this, how we plan to deal with that. And then another issue is I'm just concerned that these are programs that will be best taken down to the road to the grassroots by the CHPs. But there's this continued duplication of CHP activities between the county governments and the national governments. Why can we just, as we do this, use this opportunity to decide where we draw the line and how this gets completely to be dealt with by the county governments and funding provided for them to be able to reach the grassroots, the best people to do this? That's my concern. I think we should take a look.
Thank you so much. This side. Then Winnie, you have one behind.
Thank you so much. My name is Mabel Chanzu. I'm the Chief Officer of Public Health and Sanitation in Migori County. My concern is on waste management. We are having the sanitary pads, we are having diapers. How do we dispose it well? Can we be able to do the urban sanitation because already it is somewhere, and if that one is dealt with, I think we can be able to manage this well. And we were looking at cholera trend this time. We are not talking about the rural areas, because we've done a lot in the rural areas until those villages are open defecation free. People know how to dispose of the waste in rural areas. So the trend of cholera this time is in the urban centers. And you look at how it comes, all this waste end in our streams and in our rivers that are closer to these urban centers. So how do we deal with it? And we were, like Migori, we had it in mines, mines where so many people live. This is where we had cholera. And just the outskirts of town, but not in the rural. So should we address the issue of urban sanitation? I think that is the way to go, so that we can manage this waste well and forget about cholera. Thank you so much. I'm also speaking as a wash expert. I think I'm known. Thank you so much.
Shall we take another one? I'm here. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Misha Kotieno, one of the waste actors within Kisumu County. Yes, as the first speaker said, disposal is becoming one of the challenges, most so to the non-reusable. How do we dispose them after they have used them? Because we don't know necessarily where we take them after they have used them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the last three were more or less technical questions related to urban sanitation, but also menstrual waste management. I have two special colleagues here in the room that I would like to request they stand up, because this seems to be a universal subject that most of us would like to speak about. Susan Kanga, if you may please get up. Susan Kanga leads our urban sanitation work, and Susan has worked with a number of utilities, water and sanitation utilities, to promote through poor connections. First, by way of policy; second, by way of demand creation; and third, by making sure that those connections into the sewer line and addressing particularly urban sanitation challenges is done in a manner that fits with the citywide inclusive sanitation. She will be available as a resource to speak to each one of us, especially in the technical sessions, and talk more about how we can address issues of urban sanitation, because this is a common challenge, not specific to a certain county or a certain urban area, but one that we see in nearly all the LREB, urban, peri-urban, and even some very small trading centers that we have. Thank you, Susan. And Neville Okwaro, if Neville is here. Neville, if you're here. So Neville Okwaro seems to have stepped out, but Neville leads our menstrual health and hygiene work within the program. And Neville has very extensive experience, not just in menstrual hygiene, but also in waste management. And this is where some of the exhibitors also comes in. First, the challenge of menstrual waste should ideally be addressed at the product level, so that we have products that are in tandem with environmental realities. And secondly, again, should be addressed by way of disposal method. And from the data that was presented, including in my speech, about 88% of the menstrual waste products that are out there are actually disposed in toilets. And from the exhibition, some of the exhibitors say the products can last and last and last longer before they degrade. And so they are very, very viable innovations. And in the evening, again, I want to give a teaser that part of what we shall see is how some of those innovations, game-changing innovations, have changed the menstrual waste approaches. For example, an incinerator that is so small, that is mobile, that is movable, being used in institutions to change how we manage menstrual waste. And again, the issue of menstrual waste I wish to highlight sometimes lack classification. Is it a biomedical waste? Is it just a solid waste? Or what kind of a waste is it? So before you dispose of that, it requires specific handling standards. And that is why Neville Okwaro is here for some of those technical discussions and even the innovation session that we will have during the gala. Before we wrap up on the discussion to leave the rest to the side sessions, can we maybe take the last three?
My name is Honorable Jai Lunyangon, the chairlady of the Women Caucus from Kakamega County. I do not have a question, I have a suggestion. If we are to get the correct data and we have to get to do right on policy on sanitation and hygiene, on the menstrual hygiene, we need to incorporate the female MCA caucus. And the 14 counties within the LREB have got chairs of the female MCA caucus. Currently, I am overseeing the 14 counties, but also the chair of the Kakamega caucus. And the female MCAs within the county assemblies are many, and they're fast responders to issues of hygiene and menstrual health. So within your program, as you incorporate the health committees, the finance committees, do incorporate the female MCA caucuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa, for being available to support, and we appreciate your efforts. Yes, Your Excellency.
I was just thinking, from what the women caucuses of the assembly, they have just suggested.
Very, very difficult menstrual months. We don't seem to talk about the health equality. The pain that the girl goes through, that she needs in school, and I appreciate that we need pads. But let's just talk about the health equality so that we provide, if it's painkillers for the girls during the month, that will be helpful and useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa.
We need anyone from your end? Because there are so many from my end. Thank you.
So we can take one last one.
Thank you. My name is Moni Concepta from the County Assembly of Busia. My attention was drawn to what His Excellency Anyang said, that they started a mother-child health facility here in Kisumu, and they were supported by Safaricom. My request is, it's not a question per se, but my request is through the chair. Could we have such facilities in all our 14 counties? Because these are problems that cut across. And then back to the county assemblies, then we should come up with policy on how to have the facilities trickle down back to our wards, because it's a problem starting from the grassroots up to the county level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think there's a lot that we could mine, and the many hands that are still up is a clear indication that there is huge interest. We also don't want to flavor down the side sessions. We want to leave some meat for the side sessions, but just to address some of the issues that have been raised, the health aspect of sanitation and menstrual hygiene, which has been raised, I think that is more often than not always neglected. But most importantly is the social behavior change aspect. So access could be there. You could have all the right products very close to you, but how many are buying or how many are using them if they are not of the right social mindset? And so those two components are always forgotten or neglected. And thank you for raising that. I think that is also a very important point to discuss during the side sessions. And we'll be looking forward to any solutions or proposals that will come out of that. Again, a special mention to the caucus chair and the colleague that has also spoken about the need to have the mother and child centers. I think that was to the LREB Summit chair, and he's taken note of that. So at this point, and with the adoption, or rather the proposal to amend one of the side sessions, session 2, to include the caucus of county assemblies, I wish to just guide us on how we will proceed as we go into the side sessions. So session 1 specifically is targeting the Lake Region Economic Bloc spouses, and will be riding on leveraging the joint action to drive regional sanitation and menstrual hygiene agenda. And so the first spouses will retreat back to the holding room where they were, and the discussion will be led by Janet Mbogwa. Janet Mbogwa, wherever you are, please come. Janet Mbogwa is a media personality, but also the executive director of the Noah Dada Foundation. Janet, through Iwadaka, is a partner of USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project as a grantee. And so Janet, just say a word of hello so that they know you, and then you'll take your team.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, and everyone in the room. It's a pleasure to be here. As one of the partners and grantees of the WKSP project based in Kakamega County, as in Wadada Foundation, where we are working with the government and other partners to ensure that there's access to information through advocacy spaces like Tandika Leso, which is a forum where we hold conversations. Through some of the other projects we do, we also have a market-based approach for sanitary pads, which we make. And we're just very honored to be working within the LREB region. Earlier on, I spent some time with the amazing, some of the first spouses who we'll be talking to. And I think the biggest thing that came out was they're very critical in this space. They have a lot of ideas. They have a lot of what they've been able to achieve. And so the biggest question is, how do we impact that? How do we implement it? How do we scale it? And how do we make sure we're not always having a talk show, that we're having the conversations over and over again? And so I believe it will be a critical session where we can be able to draw a lot of information on them, who are also key players in addressing issues of menstrual health. Once again, thank you all. Have a great day, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet. So Janet will be leading session 1 with the first spouses. Session 2, on the Speaker's Chamber, the role of county assemblies in advancing sanitation and menstrual hygiene agenda in the LREB region. And this session will have the county assembly speaker, county assembly health committee chairpersons or members of that committee, county assembly finance, as well as county assembly water chairpersons, as well as members, and finally the women caucus or MCA caucus within the respective county assemblies. So this session will be led by Victor Odhiambo, who is a governance, legal and compliance and public policy expert. Victor Odhiambo, may you please raise the hand so that we know where. Yeah, so Victor is over there. Victor will be leading the session with the session 2, the speaker, county assembly chairs. Section 3 on hits and misses, challenges and opportunities in promoting sustainable sanitation and menstrual hygiene initiatives at the county level. So this will be interrogating existing policy frameworks, our budgeting systems and processes, the development of CIDPs, annual development plans and annual work plans, and any other bureaucratic processes within the county executives. And this session will be targeting the county CEC, county ministers for health, county ministers for finance, chief officers, county directors, county public health officers, as well as the WASH coordinators. So this session will be led by Mr. Ibrahim Basweti, who is the Senior Chief Public Health Officer from the Ministry of Health. Mr. Basweti, if you may please identify yourself. Yes, Mr. Basweti is over there. He's a Senior Chief Public Health Officer from the Ministry of Health. So he will be leading that session and will guide the team on where to retreat. Session 4 and the very last is the governor's boardroom. And the governor will be reviewing. There was a mention of a meeting we had here last year in September, but subsequently there was also been activities, either at individual county levels or collectively within the LREB framework. And so the governor will be retreating back to review the 2022 CIALA Declaration and Action Plan and contemplate renewed commitments towards advancing sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And so this session will be led again by His Excellency Arthur Odera, who is the chairperson of the Strategic Advisory Committee, but most importantly, the CEC for Health, Busia County, as well as the Deputy Governor. He spoke, I'm sure you all know him. And for this session, all the governors, deputy governors, and representatives of the governors will be retreating back to the governor's holding room for that conversation. We shall then all be guided by the different rapporteurs who will also be marking time to help us bring back the feedback and key commitments from each of the breakaway sessions. And the feedback will be a 10-minute feedback from each of the sessions so that we have enough time for the afternoon engagements as well. So as we retreat, we expect that this session will take about 1 hour so that we make up for the time lost. And then we will come back to the plenary for the 10-minute feedback session. With that, So for the chamber colleagues from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, this is private sector representatives who have invested in sanitation and menstrual hygiene. We invite you to spread yourselves and particularly target session 3. Session 3, Mr. Basweti's group. So Mr. Basweti raised his hand over there. If you identify him, please connect with him and attend session 3, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce links. So with that, Your Excellencies, and with your permission, could I request that the protocol officers, please, Excellencies, the governors, deputy governors, and the first ladies, as well as the speakers to their respective holding groups, as the rest of us stay put before we retreat back to the different stations.
Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, wenye nchi Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka.
Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya, anayependa Kenya. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka.
Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya, anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, wenye nchi Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka.
Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya, anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki.
For purposes of getting to know who I am, my name is Victor Glambo Apu. Professionally, I'm a lawyer, and more importantly, I've been heavily involved in devolution in Kenya, right from the passage of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and quite a number of issues relating to the implementation of the Constitution and things like that. And without further ado, I would like to introduce the subject matter of the discussion that we're meant to have today. The discussion that we're meant to have today basically revolves around the fact that you as representatives, you as members of the county assembly occupy a very critical spot within the devolution space in Kenya. And as part of the fact that you occupy a very critical spot within the devolution space in Kenya, and taking into account the mandate that county assemblies have insofar as planning, insofar as budgeting, insofar as accountability issues that come with planning and budgeting, it has been felt that there is need to find ways in which all of us can work in a very cooperative manner when it comes to issues to do with sanitation and menstrual health. All right? And of course, there is also the feeling that normally when people talk about sanitation, the core attendant discussion that we have with regards to sanitation is water. All right? But then what WKSP is doing insofar as sanitation is concerned is to delve into very specific details around sanitation, including issues to do with menstrual health. But with respect to menstrual health, and taking into account as well the fact that we are representatives, we are members of the county assembly, how do we drive this forward? What are some of those innovative ways that we can come up with for purposes of ensuring that menstrual health is engendered into our county operations and processes, so that therefore we can dedicate resources to menstrual health, we can learn from menstrual health, and in any event look at it through the broader issues of sanitation, but then more importantly also see on how best we can concentrate on it and ultimately realize gains that go beyond the usual process of just giving out pads, or rather what we call them, sanitary towels and things like that. So our key responsibility at this point in time is to delve into these issues, look at the whole issue that is planning, budgeting, and in any event implementation with respect to sanitation, stroke menstrual health, but also how do we drive this agenda through policy and legislative processes, both at our respective counties, both within our counties and also across the whole region. We must also take cognizance of the fact that we have 14 counties within LREB. The situation and the circumstances of the 14 counties are not necessarily the same when it comes to the issue that we have today. But as we stand as LREB, we must also commit to working both jointly and separately. Sawa sawa. I know it's getting hot, but even as it gets hot, I'm sure it might get hotter as we generate views and and things like that, just for purposes of ensuring that ultimately, as we come out of this place, we've come up with resolutions, we've come up with commitments and a way forward that shall drive this agenda, so that therefore we are able to live within an environment that appreciates menstrual health as a rights issue as well. It is a health issue, it's a right issue, so let's look at it broadly. Let's see the much that we can commit insofar as this is concerned. Right? And with that, thanks. Beatrice, did you have anything to say? Beatrice is from WKSP, and we are working together in this. All right? So in terms, we also have a program. So I was supposed to introduce the subject and also have the chairperson, County Assembly's forum, Speakers Forum, speak, give us the views on the subject matter. I'm not too sure that we have the chairperson present, but if the chairperson is not present, yes, we can have you start. Right. Yes.
Is there any other county assembly speaker? I'm the only one.
No, sir.
I'll be available.
You can welcome us and say all these nice things that you've been telling me.
Well, my name is Gaia. I come from Home, the county where we have a level of I think because of something is rather beneficial in this menstrual hygiene management. So I want to welcome you and this very important discussion that you're going to have. But I want to say that this is a very straightforward thing as for those who are doing legislation. But what we need to do here is to make sure that we put legislative proposals that are pro the process that we're going to do, and to make sure that we administrate funds for menstrual hygiene and sanitation. And then what I would want to maybe put across to our facilitators is that you being a lawyer, Victor,
yes,
you need to facilitate or capacity build the members so that they come up with regulations or legislations that are pro sanitation and menstrual hygiene. Otherwise, thank you so much for most of Asanteni.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. The issue of capacity building, and by capacity building is just ensuring that the knowledge and the abilities and processes relating to menstrual health are widely appreciated across the board. But then, how do we do that? Is it capacity building depends on quite a number of things. Resources are there, availability, commitments, and all of these things. Are we able to do this? Are we committing to have our capacity built? But even with this capacity, it should be built in the area. Mr. Speaker said it should be built in the area of policy and things like that. But are the members also willing to go out there and also interact with their people? Because you see, we are representatives of the people. And the girls and the vulnerable women that we're speaking about, they are equally people that we represent in these esteemed houses or august houses that we are members to. So are we willing to engage much more than just having our capacity built on these issues? Jael? Mheshimiwa, I heard you speak.
The honorable members have said they are willing. One of the hindrance to our willingness and our readiness to get out there is the resources. And I'm very passionate about the female MCS within the county assembly. We do not have a budget for our caucuses. And our caucuses are just that. Vuguvugu la kina mama, vuguvugu la vijana, vuguvugu la walemavu. And we have zero budget, we have zero commitment on what we need to do. We have come up with our plans, annual development plans for our caucuses within the 14 county assemblies. But then, unless we lobby with the speakers, we lobby with the finance departments, we lobby with other departments, we do not have an autonomous budget where we can plan issues of menstrual hygiene and sanitation. And you see, the first thing I do when I go to a funeral, I'm given an opportunity to speak as a member of the county assembly or as a leader in the community. Those are opportunities that we take to speak about menstrual health, to speak about any other issue. And menstrual health being taken as a health issue more than a societal issue. I'm trying to bring about the reason why I stood up to defend the fact that female MCS need to be incorporated in the programs. The menstrual health hygiene has basically been profiled as a health issue much more than a societal issue that needs to be approached by everyone. And if we could separate through legislation, through policy making, and through budgeting, if we take it as an issue of the community, then it can be incorporated in different sectors of the budget, in the health budget, in the female caucus budget, in the environmental budget, and every other department where we can speak about the issue of sanitation and menstrual hygiene. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Mheshimiwa. And you've also brought in an interesting perspective to the matter, the health versus societal, look into the matter. And in any event, you're advocating for the need to bridge the gap between the two, so that we look.
My name is I want to appreciate the facilitators who invited us to this forum. My concern is the issue of budget, where as MCAs we normally make the budget. And I'm aware that in our county, one of the default functions, especially in education, we are concerned with the ECDs. And as the chair, water, I'm suggesting that we should also include, as we are building the ECDs in our various wards, we should also include the building to build the bathrooms for our girls, because we are aware there is that stigma in our schools. When after the girls are supposed to change the pads maybe after 4 hours, and that means we should have the bathrooms and also running water for our girls for sanitation. Also, we are aware that I have a scenario in my county where there was a girl, after realizing that she has messed, the boys bought her and she decided to run to home and commit suicide. So that is why there is need for us to include budget for bathrooms in our various schools. Also, as ladies and MCAs, we should have mentorship programs and sensitization programs in our wards, because we will be able to talk to our boys and inform them the importance of taking care of our girls and be part of the people who would be sensitizing and seeing the importance of the menstruation and health hygiene. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, I'm Alexander Yek. And you know, honorable members, if we are given a chance, we may speak until tomorrow. Yesterday,
I believe a speech.
Yeah, but you see, if I learn from what has been alluded here,
yes.
One is that Western Kenya sanitation process or program already started.
Yes.
Our key players here are women caucus, going around using their resources. They are requesting if men counterpart can accept the part and parcel of it. We hereby, on behalf of men who are here, we agree. Love for us, we agree.
That's a commitment, by
That's a commitment.
That's a commitment.
Secondly, the issue here is budgeting. Where do we factor the budget for the Western Kenya sanitization? Is it through the ECD, or do we have just a separate? That is why we are saying, or that's how the speaker came about. We need a legislation with regulations, which will guide us, so that if we get time, we come and pass or go through, we approve, then we can present to our respective assemblies.
Thank you for that, sir. Going by the way it has started, Mr. Speaker has indicated a general commitment on the part of everyone to this process. All right? Madam, Honorable Member, allow me to say that for now because the name has skipped. She's also indicated that there could be knowledge gaps and things like that when it comes to MH. All right, and then we also have the member who's made the argument that sanitation by itself, and by the way, sanitation is a devolved function. If you look at the Constitution, 4th Schedule, Part 2, it's a devolved function. It is with us as the county governments. It is our immediate environment when it comes to sanitation, so we have to protect all of that. But then she's also given, or rather recounted experiences around ECDs and things like that. Then we have, is it Honorable Ayeko? Oh, Ayeko, sorry about that. He's also made the point that, these things are all about budgets, right? Now, first we start. We have made the commitment to do this, right? Once the commitment has been made, how do we execute this process? All right? And when it comes to government processes, yes, it is one thing to make the commitment, but then it's another thing to ensure that it has been planned for, it has been budgeted for, and more importantly, it has been implemented. All right? Because you might ensure that it has been budgeted for, but at the next supplementary you find that it does not exist. All right? So for it to be planned for, for it to be budgeted for it to be implemented, what are the governing instruments that we need to have in place for purposes of ensuring that these processes are actually within the law or in accordance with the law? Remember Section 105, well, between 105 all the way till 108 of the County Governments Act is very clear. Resources can never be spent outside of a planning framework. All right? So we must ensure that we have all these things planned for. But even as we plan for them, we need governing instruments, like policy documents, for instance. We need legislations. All right? And if we are to take it any further, we would need also regulations, if any at all. But even within the departments, it might also be instrumental, if not vital, to have guidelines on how because not everybody understands menstrual health. But if you have budgetary guidelines on how menstrual health is to be undertaken, what to look for, especially when it comes to menstrual health. Do you want to channel for instance, do you want to channel the help, or do you want through ECDs and things like that? So then the question is this: yes, we've made the commitment, but how do we go around this? Are we going to legislate? And in any event, by the way, and my colleagues from WKSP shall attest to this, they are also making the argument that menstrual health by itself, it is just beyond ensuring that ECDs, for instance, have receive a good supply of sanitary towels or tampons and things like that. It is a matter that we have to first appreciate as a human rights issue, and by virtue of that appreciation, including understanding the complexities. She talked about knowledge, the complexities and every other information that is vital to the process. Then we can plan for it, we can budget for it, and we can ensure that the same is implemented. But that is one part. The other part is to have a policy, to have supportive instruments that allow for spending and accountability insofar as menstrual health is concerned. So at this point in time, how do we want to go about this? And from our own counties, do we have any counties that have passed policies on this? Do we have counties that have guidelines on this? Do we have counties that have got any legislation or guidelines? Mr. Speaker, your county has done?
No, my chairman is here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know whether they're still in the process. We have not passed yet.
What is happening in Homa Bay, if we can learn from yourselves?
We're still waiting for the final policy to come for this health, which is still on the process of waiting for it.
Right. And if I were to ask you, sir, this policy that we're speaking about, is it a standalone menstrual health policy, or is it part of sanitation?
It is part of sanitation.
And Beatrice, at this point, you can interject to say something. The other concern has always been this, Honorable Member and Mr. Speaker. You know, at times, even when you talk about the water sector, sanitation does not feature so much. How many counties have got the Water Act, if I'm to deviate a bit? Counties that have passed the Water Act, you're working on it. But mostly when people are working on the Water Act, you will hear it's a Water and Sanitation Act. But if you go to the provisions of the law, what do you find standing out strongly? Because it's water. Because water is a thing that we promise so much.
It will be standalone. Because water will eat into the other one's budget.
The other one's budget.
Yeah, so it will be standalone.
All right. You hear the concern of. You didn't say your name, sir.
Daniel,
Finance Chairman. Yes. Ladies, on this other side, there's a very profound point that is being made by Honorable Odongo. The point that he's making is this, because the question that had been posed is whether we should have a standalone policy or we have an all, inclusive policy that speaks to water, sanitation, and by extension, menstrual health. What is our desire here?
The other time, just for reference, we went to Nakuru Country benchmarking and we have lands, housing and urban planning. That thing is bringing around a lot of confusion. You find that a lot of attention maybe has been given to lands only. We have forgotten about matters to the municipality. So just to the same reference, I would prefer that it comes.
Tushamenya taifa letu tukipenda, Kenya nchi penda. Iya sana tuita wake nye bara, Kenya nye bara. Tume wa Kenya tukufu tuimwe, tutalinda mpya. Ayependa Kenya mwenye kuteni kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu. Kipenzi chenye ukatutacha daima na milele.
Suffer some of these issues, and she was unrelenting. She kept talking about it until one day, about 13 years ago, we decided that yes, we will build a hostel just to get her off our case. And so we did. And that hostel has been such a blessing in the community, because for the first time, girls from that school were able to go to high school and to university. And we've been able to have several graduates coming out of that process. So pregnancies dropped, and all the related issues were sort of dealt with. And so I give that as an example to see that indeed some practical things can be done, but we really just need to get on and do them. You heard the example of the shoes. How do you take that and replicate that? What can we do to actually make sure that sanitary towels are in the hands of our girls from January to December? We've heard of government programs where towels are available, but we never really see them. Who do they go to? Where are they given out? Who gets access to them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said, Dr. Margaret Makelo, and my action will be more on the areas where I'm a professional, But first of all, what I just wish to say is the challenges in Bungoma are quite diverse, and one of them is Bungoma is a diverse community with different cultures. We have Bukusus, we circumcise boys every even year. So next year, if you come in August, you will witness how we do it, because it's really normally a major event. And I think it might be a tourist attraction, because it's done in a very unique way. We have Teso. Tesos don't circumcise boys. We have the Sabaots. The Sabaots on Mount Elgon circumcise both boys and girls. And we have other lawyers. We have the Tachoni, who also have their own strange way of, or a unique way of rite of passage after circumcision. And we have the Batura, who are between the Luya and the Luo, and so I'm not sure if they circumcise or not. I'll be advised on that. Now, with all this, the other challenge we have is poverty. Poverty is really in Bungoma County, and I know that there are some sub-counties who are leading in Kenya as the poorest, having the lowest index of poverty that you can talk about. Then the other challenge is, as a First Lady, we are looked at as a platform for people to get big things. You are preparing the way for big things for others, which might not necessarily be the leads to I burn out, because I'm just a platform, and yet I have big things that I can do for my community. There is this problem of border impregnating our girls. Is it true? When does a girl ever discuss with that man that if you give me a packet of sanitary towels, I'll sleep with you? What we need to know is these girls, when they are going to where the border is, they are not in periods. So what happens is we need to appreciate that the borders is the first line of financial support for our girls, because they are there in the village. And therefore they take advantage of that to have what they can benefit from these girls. So what can we do as a community? If these are the people going to fund, to give our girls some money, and I can assure you, most of that money is never used to buy the sanitary towels you purport to say. And maybe we need really a drastic change from that thought process. The other one is, my colleagues have talked about them at the boardroom meetings. We are here in one of them. We had the similar one last year. And it consumes time, and resources put here is quite a bit. Why can't you just give me that money that you say, First Lady Bungoma, you come, your room at Siala will be this much, and your tea, and the space in the boardroom discussing will be this much. What can you do with it? Then I'll tell you what I can do without necessarily coming here, because I know what I can do with whatever resources I have. Then we have the issue of policy implementation. This one, when a girl is impregnated by that rich man in the village, you had our story of 3 men. 3 is just an example. The ratio is the few men impregnating most of our girls out there. So they might not just be 3, they could be dead, but you are impregnating 58. That means you have more than 1. And it happens because you are the one who has some money to give this girl. Now, because you are the person in that community, in my community, the parents of the girl, some of them will say, at least our daughter, ataolewa na mtu mwenye ako na mali. She will be taken good care of. Esi ni mwalimu, they will take of my daughter. Go there as a person from government to try to reprimand this parent. Utafukuzwa sana. So, poverty still remains there, that at least my child will get someone to take care of them. And the person who is supposed to reprimand these people, they are not really in a position to do that, because the people who are supposed to be the ones giving evidence that yes, it happened and we are standing by our child, they are not helping you. So you find that you are the bad one in that space. So because of those challenges, as a First Lady, I have been looking at the way forward. And first of all is poverty reduction. So that this girl will have a packet of sanitary towels to use throughout the year, without necessarily hoping that a good Samaritan is coming. 2 is mentorship. That our girls should see people who are more successful than those villagers in their space. So that they say, Ata mimi, I'll work very hard to be better than these people and therefore take care of myself. And therefore, in my space, what I wish to do as an action plan is, if there is anyone in this room, you know Bungoma will have a chicken slaughterhouse called actually. We don't have enough chicken. So, what I want is adopt a women group for me. I'll provide them with the market for the chicken. This woman will get a lot of money from selling the cuckoos. The manure, because of my professional background, we will use to start kitchen gardens. So from the chicken, we go to the kitchen and we'll be able to produce boga, spices, and anything on our farms. We will have a healthy family, and the girl will be involved, the mother will be involved, because when you deal with a woman, you know where that money goes. And therefore, we will be able to support. The project I have already registered, it's called Skip Poultry Center. I intend to have 1,000 cuckoos selling every week to the chicken slaughterhouse. I've already talked to the CEO. So there is an opportunity for you to support my girls in Bungoma in the way that you can. I do adopt a school for mentorship. I adopt candidates. So in May, I identify schools, I adopt those candidates. I always get for them the mentors to talk to them. An afternoon talk of 2 hours in my compound. At the end of the conversation, we normally have what we call high tea in my space. A child has never eaten sausages and they can't eat anymore. And they eat, they are from boarding school. So you provide them with those luxury snacks. It is mentorship in itself. They are sitting in some comfortable place and you tell them, I came from across that fence where poverty is real. I wore my first shoe. So we give our own real life experiences and growing up that we didn't have this, but we focused. And here I am. At the end of the year, I'm expecting this year to get not less than 500 candidates who will have gotten a B+ coming to my compound for a gift. Because that was the deal. I'll talk to you, but give me a B+ and you come for a gift. You are all here, you can support me to give these kids those gifts. Could be a laptop. You can see faces here who can get me 500 laptops to give to my girls. The feeding program, so let me finish. The feeding program is on. I have a milling plant. That is the only time I took advantage of my platform, is to fundraise and raise money to buy a milling plant. It's not a posho mill, it's a milling plant, where we mill unga and give to ECD. Now, I have friends who have adopted schools to feed these ECD kids. And as we talk now, some children want to go back to school even tomorrow before schools open because wanajua ujiao iko shuleni. Because someone adopted a school and they are going to feed these ECDs for the whole year. One of you should also adopt a school even in your own village and I'll supply you with the unga. Thank you so much.
Before we hear from our final speaker, we'll have about 5 minutes and then we'll just open it up. There's quite a wide array of issues to address. Products, I know there are people here who can talk about, you mentioned, Madam Chair, about the types of products that can be a solution. How practical, how viable is that? We have just information around mentorship. And so we'll come back and just invite you all to just reflect on what you've heard. And then as we also wind up, it's to maybe also really amplify or highlight the unique way in which you're able to collaborate beyond the official. So we'll invite our representative from Jamaica to just give a few remarks and then open it up to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With your permission, allow me to talk on behalf of our first wife of the county, Dr. Janet Kasiri Barasa, who is also a champion, championing triple death in Kakamega, and also a nutrition champion. As the word goes by triple death, in Kakamega, last year, 2022, we had the highest number of teen pregnancies. Realizing that ages 15 to 19, we had approximately 15,000 teen mothers in Kakamega County. So it was a wake-up call for Excellency and other partners to come and build synergies on how we can go about and address issues evolving around teen mothers. And we realized that Her Excellency, the first lady, realized that menstrual hygiene and menstrual issues and lack of sanitary pads and what have you were the root cause of teen pregnancies in Kakamega County. So she came up with the Menstrual Hygiene campaign across the 12 sub-counties in Kakamega. And in mind that Kakamega is also a cosmopolitan area with the highest population, because the second number in Kenya. And so she has been having the campaign across the sub-counties. But at a gender perspective test, I realized that the numbers were overwhelming. And I pity our first spouses. Looking at them, they're stressed because of the overwhelming demands. I can imagine Kakamega and Bungoma. I don't know how was trying to catch this. And partners trying to assist the first spouses in addressing and championing menstrual and LREB in their respective counties, especially in the economic field. It's a big issue, especially when the number is overwhelming and the governor is there and the high demand, appetite for sanitary pads. So it's a wake-up call. For teen mothers, because of the issue of menstrual hygiene, now there comes nutrition aspect. So we need also the partners to think further on how collaboratively with the ministries and the governments we can strengthen economic independence of these women organizations and big partners like the first offices of spouses and women organizations, which of course when need arise, they really run to the first spouses offices to know as first aiders. The need of poverty reduction. As we want to address the menstrual and sanitation management in our respective countries, how is it that we can address poverty? Social protection plans. Can they go alongside sanitary pads? What are these approaches? Promotion approaches, preventive approaches, social protection to assist in as shock absorbers, both the spouses and even the victim. At one point, Her Excellency, the first lady, when she was going around the Menstrual Hygiene campaign, she realized that we cannot empower the third child at the expense of the third child. Can we empower them simultaneously in this sanitation and menstrual hygiene? Otherwise, thank you so much. I'm humbled to join the first spouses. And at a gender perspective, I'm praying and looking forward to this that your office should be empowered. And that one will be a smile to the genders in the respective countries. Thank you so much.
There's only one one, I think so would be great if we might leave it here. But we've heard the perspective from the first spouses. We've heard about what they're tackling. And as I mentioned at the beginning, it's about the unique position of influence that they have. But any questions or thoughts on collaborating, on some of the comments that they've made, you can just raise your hand. Anything that you've heard that you want a little bit more emphasis on, I think now is the right time to do it. If we don't immediately have that, we can just go to a really quick round of how, some people might be questioning, yes, we want to support the first spouses. We have, the official offices, for example, or government offices. How does one then approach the first spouses to collaborate with you in a way that doesn't necessarily disvalue or is separate from perhaps working directly either with the office of the governor or with the county representatives? How does that dynamic work? Because there are partners here who are working in the county. So how does it work in a way that can scale progress, but also not necessarily, for lack of a better word, interfere with, how the county is carrying out the same work? So, any questions or comments?
It's nice to be here. My name is Megan McCurry. I've been working in the menstrual health sector since I launched the National Center in 2017 and 2006. After the first lead, the women MPs really value-added tax. And so it's wonderful to see how Kenya has been a leader in menstrual health globally, and yet it's so frustrating because we still all feel personally so far. And so that's a really hard juxtaposition to live with. And first, I just want to give you all encouragement. I think all of us can feel very alone, very overstretched. I run Zana Africa, which is a nonprofit and a social enterprise to help solve this issue. Coming from my being a mom, basically with street children for 5 years back in the early 2000s. We partnered with the Homa Bay County government to launch a hotline and a chatbot in Homa Bay, the 60 days of gender activism, or 60 days of activism, to reduce the triple threat issue that was so duly noted. And so we are holding our hands out to say if there's any other counties that want to help bring a hotline and a chatbot to promote answers to questions about anything. I know we've worked around cancer. We also did some cervical cancer screening, helped save 720 women from dying early death. So it's really about being a trusted partner across the journey. Our NIA pads I can talk about at some point, but would love to talk to you all about how to get affordable quality products. What I wanted to say is that I feel like there's this huge disconnect because there used to be 400 million shillings for pads from 2007. I think it's down to like 200 million. But still, nobody knows where it is, what's happening. I've just been in contact with the head of the office of the president of gender, and she's saying, well, there's a tender that's going to come out at some point. Keep your eye out for it. I'm like, okay, yeah. There's also money in CDF funds to be able to allocate for sanitary pads, but nobody seems to know how to access this money. And so I'm wondering if a start, besides all of the wonderful bespoke initiatives from each county, if there's a way that we can get together and figure that out. Because there's already lots of money there, and we're just having a gap. And I know that several of us are inviting lots of partners to launch a Menstrual Health Alliance. And if that's something that's interesting to you all, I think a really great mandate of that is to help figure out how to keep government accountable for this and how to use the resources that are there. Because it's really unacceptable that it's been over a decade and we still don't have clarity on those line items, and yet we need it so badly. The last thing I'll say is that if you all have a CBO or a non-for-profit organization and you want some training on reproductive health education, we have a great program that we're actually scaling with government so that we can actually get into the CBC curriculum age-appropriate content across the board, boys and girls, starting in class 4 through 8, but then going all the way down and all the way up. We've created a digital platform to help CBOs so that they can then contextualize that and address it. So that's kind of just a freebie offer if anybody's interested in that. and would love to just talk about how we get together and hold government accountable and do this work faster, better, with less emotional heartache. Yeah, thanks.
We can take a few more, then we can come back to
Yeah, so thank you very much. My name is Caroline Odera. I am a team leader for WISE. WISE stands for Women in Sustainable Enterprises. We're based in Kisumu, and we help women and young people build sustainable businesses in the region. So I believe that entrepreneurship is actually the panacea of all the challenges, including menstrual hygiene and management. Yeah. And I believe all of us here, we are a product of entrepreneurship, because when I was growing up, my mom was an entrepreneur, so I didn't struggle with getting money for buying pads, right? And that's why WISE was formed. But someone talked about, in the panel, one of the first spouses talked about multi-sectoral approach. Yeah? So sitting in the main session, I didn't see any ministers for trade or something business in the counties. Even here, I didn't hear anyone mentioning about entrepreneurship. But I've been listening to this discussion, and I've picked out a few things that I think they're challenges. Of course, we have a lot of parts. Availability is not an issue. The issue is how affordable are they, right? There is issues of distribution and disposal. For me, I think those are the bigger issues. Why can't we invest in women entrepreneurs in these counties to come up with solutions so that we are able to solve these menaces? Because we don't want to come back here and talk about disposal is a problem, distribution is a problem. So if we invest in women entrepreneurs, we'll be able to ensure that we have livelihoods, create jobs, and also solve the ultimate issue of poverty. That's my thought. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Molina Doyle from Broadway University, and I'm happy to see First Lady of Liberia, somebody I've always wanted to meet. Yeah. So, as well, I have a question for you, and it will really be interesting to know which projects you have in regards to addressing sexuality challenges. So for us, as Broadway University, we have been able to address your disposal issues. Working with the team of girls, university students, we've been able to do reusable pads. Additionally, we've also done something which is still at prototype level. We've been able to make disposable, rather biodegradable sanitary pads out of sugar cane. You know, Migori regions, southern Nyanza is so well known for sugar production. And so we are using that local material to produce something. And so if we could get support, then that would be really addressed. So again, recently we launched our mobile incinerator, something really small, mobile. You can import it from home to home, or even in just schools, you can mount it and be able to reduce those wastes we are talking about. And so if we have those three products well supported, then we'll be addressing the issue of disposal. We've been able to meet with a lot of county officials and partners, but again, this needs that focal person, somebody in influential position to be able to make us move a great height. So we also know that supporting a girl child or doing something with the women really goes a long way. And so because these students, female students at university, are already vulnerable, these are the cases where we find babas influencing a lot of these students. And of course, it goes a long way in not having them in careers that we want them to have, or just dropping out of school, or even getting children when they're not supposed to. Of course, they're of age, but it's really additional burden for them. So if we can have this disposal well supported, we can go a long way. And now, because all the first ladies are seated here, it would be really good to know how you are partnering and leveraging on each other. Because in all this that we are trying to discuss is about gender inequality. The issue that we are already vulnerable, the way we are biologically made, and then the issue of resources. We are talking about borders. And the bottom line is that the girls are hungry. The girls are walking long miles to school. The girls would want to have Vaseline ile inanukia. They're not able to get it. So the easiest person they'll get to, or to get to person, that your first contact is this border man. You befriending a few times, you get few rides, you get lunch, and before you know it, our girls are pregnant. So if we can tap on Busia County to help us really empower women in terms of food, can we improve food in terms of adding value to this food? They get some little money, they're able to address a few things that they are in need of, they will be doing a great deal. So my urge is really is to encourage first ladies to work with the gender office, to work with partners who are already on the ground, and be able to address this issue comprehensively, good impact on the ground.
Good afternoon. My name is Ajay Mohammed. I am the chairperson for Women in Business at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Again, I probably just want to ask for a working partnership. At the Chamber of Commerce, our country patron, at the regional offices, the 47 counties, we have the government. So I'm just asking if the first ladies, and like I said, in all the 57 chapters, we have women in business. And one of my colleagues has just mentioned that when you have women in entrepreneurship, it makes buying a part easier than for a woman who's not doing anything. So is it possible that we can form a partnership so that the first ladies are patrons of all the chapters, and maybe quarterly we can have a first ladies dinner with entrepreneurs, because these are entrepreneurs, that they can help you raise money through those years to buy sanitary pads for girls. So so if we have the first people who don't have jobs, and how to get their mothers also into entrepreneurship, those who are not already there. So I think
it's going to be, I think that just just in the interest of time, what we can do is opportunities for partnership coming out. So maybe you can respond to how that can just really begin to pick up just from this session. What are the possibilities? How can people partner with you? And then just kind of your remarks on how to really plug in to the possibilities and influence of your specific positions. And then finally, any commitment that you might have, or what you want to declare sort of going forward, what you really, really want to see change. I know it's a lot. There's been some incredible questions asked from the panel. So if you're able to just reflect on some of these, speak to the power of collaboration, and just the commitment that you think you're able to make. So we'll just go down this way. It will really be a way to close the session. So a few remarks as you think through.
Thank you very much. I'll be quite brief because of time. In terms of collaboration, as we sit here, we are professionals in our own right, number one. We also have, some of us have registered foundations that can be engaged directly. Then we also have the LREB, First Spouses Association, which is headed by the different organizations as CFLA, where they are able to engage us as an association. So that rather than going through to each and every first lady or first spouse, you are able to reach us through the secretariat. Maybe those details about Rongo University, thank you very much. I did a fistula camp, and Rongo University actually gave me cash directly to my foundation, 100,000 shillings, and that really assisted us in going a long way. I think I would like you to also engage my committee that does mentoring, so that we strategize together, because I'm sure you have a lot of capacity within Rongo University that can also help us raise these children. You have different experiences. Going forward, I would like us to have the sewage system. I know we've talked about the rural, we've talked about schools, but at the end of the day, these girls go back home. And we know Kenya is becoming urbanized, especially with the introduction of the devolution. So can we find ways of also improving the sewage systems within the urban areas? Because you find each and every home has to find a way of having the disposal mechanisms, and this gets expensive and discouraging. Because when these girls even go back home, you realize the system in school is different from the one at home. Nowadays, they even end up staying home for longer. So if the sewage system within the communities where we live are also improved, it will also be helped. And then, as parents, please don't leave the responsibility of talking to your children to the others to do it for you. make sure that you make, even in the small things. Now we are having girls are going up country to stay with their grandparents. I've even inducted them on how they are going to handle their menstrual hygiene. When they get there, when they're their periods, how are they going to dispose of those sanitary towels? So you might think that those are simple things, but they end up giving them a lot of mental torture, because when they in their urban town houses, they know what to do. What of when they go up country? What are they supposed to do? So let's carry this responsibility. Let's not leave it to the mentors who are.
Any of those will be able to reach out to us. And yes, we are willing to partner with you to do programs or activities that can actually support the locals within our counties. Now, for how do we leverage on each other? As far as spouses, especially now, let me talk about the Lake region. We meet quite often. Today you have not seen all of us here because this is December and most of them actually excused themselves because they already had prior activities. But in most cases, we either 9 or 8 or whatever. So we are able to move together and actually ask each other what it is that everybody else is doing in their county, because we visit each other in our counties when we have a program. We did that when we had the cervical cancer circuit. We went through all or so years, but at least we know that if we did something, then our children would be somewhere. And somebody else asked, another thing that we talked about was, I thank you, Rongo, for your incinerator that probably you can duplicate to, maybe as a business. Something probably you could sell to the schools or to the institutions. That is, I think, a good thing. But as you use the leftovers from sugarcane, could you, how much is that? Is it big enough that it can support the whole of the region? Because you are not the only ones with sugarcane. Muhoroni has sugarcane, Mumias has sugarcane. Is it something that you can share across the region? So that if we can have enough, that would be good enough for us. If it's totally biodegradable, as you say. I think that is a good thing. So, kindly welcome to Nyamira. We grow a little bit of sugar. Our land acreage is very small, but you can get banana leaves. So that's somewhere where you can look also to, in terms of developing, reused, sanitary towels that are totally biodegradable. Banana fiber is quite good. Now, as we come to a conclusion, we have said a lot. So we have talked about menstrual hygiene, but there's a bit of sanitation where we are told that 85% of our waters in this country has fecal matter. And in this region, we are not excluded. How do we get that? It is the way, I will talk for Nyamira because of the way our land acreage is, it is in strips. So my brother will be at the top, then me in the middle, and the other person at the bottom. So where I have put my toilet, probably at the lower part, my brother or wherever will put their well. So that way we all cross-contaminate our waters. And we are not aware until at some point in the future we can be sick. The only way we can do that is not when we are seated in these boardrooms, is when we actually go down to our villages and engage the village elders, because they are the ones who know what their lands look like and what their terrains look like. That is something I know that we will be willing to engage with at the village levels. And as a group, one thing that we can agree to do, which we already had agreed to do, is to be champions of MHM. All of us, of course, the 14 counties. So as champions of MHM, we would wish to ask the Western Kenya Wash Program to support us in the way that if we come up with one activity in MHM, they can be able to support all the first spouses, and they can see results out of that. If they want to benchmark, they can benchmark with our cervical cancer program. Actually, the Lake region is leading in awareness in the whole country. And this is a program we did only for 1 year. We were well committed, and we are still committed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also looking forward to increased partnerships, but in 2024 I will be partnering with my sister Margaret here. I mentioned to her a few weeks ago that we will be going into Bungoma and Kisumu in five schools as well as 3 health facilities to promote the uptake of HPV vaccine and screening. And as we were discussing this program, we realized immediately that one of the things that we will need is to provide sanitary towels for the girls. And so definitely we'll be looking forward to finding partners in that regard. These are 2 counties. We are doing a pilot to see how effective that will be, whether the numbers will increase, because the uptake so far is still very low. It's surrounded by lots of myths, and parents are not allowing the girls to be vaccinated, not realizing that if you vaccinate your 9 or 10-year-old girl between 10 and 14 now, they will be protected for life from cervical cancer. So we really need to get that message out, and yes, we will be looking for partners to help us to supply sanitary towels and to be able to scale this up in the future.
Thank you very much. I think I did my ask. I put it out there, and I'm happy that the responses are very positive. I'm looking forward to WISE. I will invite you as a speaker to the girls and the boys when they come for the mentorship programs, and you tell them about how to start business as much as they'll be young, because they'll just be preparing to step out of school. Thank you very much, the Kenyan the Commerce for Women in Business working partnership. I'm really also looking forward to that because I'm ready to roll, and I know all of us here, most of us are also ready to roll, that we can quickly arrange sitting with you so that we discuss further on that, so that we develop a very strong for any other programs that we have to support the MLH and also support the girl child in all ways. So thank you so much. Oh, and also for my sister here, the issues that you talk about, how do we leverage on the space that we have in terms of getting these funds from government so that the funds can reach the girls. I think it will also be a good conversation for that.
Thank you so much. With your permission, Chair, I want to talk on behalf of Her Excellency, Her First Lady, Professor Janet Kasiri Baraso of the Kakamega County. In Kakamega, we are looking forward to this partnership and especially the National Chambers of Commerce. Madam, welcome on behalf of Madam. We are also looking forward to increased use of hygiene campaigns in our various schools. Remember, actually the First Lady moved across the counties, targeting 2,000 girls and boys per sub-county. But according to her, the number has overwhelmed. So if we have partners in that area on menstrual hygiene campaign, they really come on board in 2024 issues evolving around the women and girls, and not even, and also bringing men engagement on board. So as partners also, we look forward to also engaging with you and also working with you. At a gender perspective, as a director of gender, I will gladly wish partners to move these first spouses from boardrooms and let them go to the community and implement those policies and those development agendas, the good development agendas we are talking about here to the board. Thank you.
Sorry, before I give it back to you, there are two areas you've realized we don't responded very well. Number one, it comes to the issues of the parts from the government. Since we are not part of the distribution process, it would be very hard for us to respond. Because even as I sit here, I know the government committed to give me some, but they are saying they are not ready. So I may think that is a question that can be best
asked to champion in terms of women within our communities.
Okay, for county.
Okay. Easter will just tell us what she represents, the office, and share her contact.
Fine, thank you. My name is Easter Okelo. I work for the Lake Region Economic Bloc. I've been coordinating this program. My contact is 0720 795 739. 0720 795 739. I'll also give you the contacts of other persons who have been mentioned. Here we have Leonard, and we also have Kumbo. Leonard is also here. You can also reach out to him. Just give your contact.
Thank you, Madam Minister. My name is Leonard Mayende, Malimu, and my number 0723 900 663, standing in for gender pillar at the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hope that's going to give rise to some conversations and hopefully collaborations. The first spouses, I hope you feel like you've been able to just share where you're coming from and how you feel like these people in this room can collaborate with you and scale the programs you're doing. And for all of you who are hearing that there's already conversations around just possible follow-ups or collaborations, it always starts with that first conversation. So let's not leave here and continue with the day and this is all gone. Let's take these conversations with us and say, how do we make that first step in trying to find ways to partner? Because it all comes down to the same reason we're all here today, which is scaling access to information, product, services, and making sure that people are not left behind. We say these lines over and over again, but I think as our chair has mentioned, until it's action, until it stops being a boardroom conversation alone, then we're going to find ourselves back here next time. So thank you to the first spouses for your time. Thank you all so much for taking the time to engage and to ask questions, and for the work you all do in your spaces as well as champions. Thank you. I know that some of them, like Zan Africa, have booths, so please make sure that you visit. And thank you all. I think we're going to back to the main hall where we'll be told what to do next. I've been your moderator, Janet Bogwa. Thank you so much for being in this space, and hopefully we'll see each other soon again. Thank you, everyone.
Kenya nchi yenye baraka, tumekomboa Kenya taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya. Anayependa ni yule mwenye kutenda haki. Nchi yenye baraka, nchi yenye baraka, oh Kenya letu tukufu, tutalibia penda Kenya mwenda haki kote, mpenda na ukipenda ujitenga mbo kuja
salama, hatutapata wenye wenye nchi kipenzi chetu yenye upendo, hatutenya dai na milele. Wenye nchi Yesu Kenya na baki harimele. Mwenye hapa sote ya kutumikia dailele. Mwenye Kenya nchi umoja nyatu amanywa kambwe na po zenye chuetu nita haki za Wakenya wala sitakukabila hali ya wengine nitalinda wenye nchi wenzangu.
Thus they are having difficulties managing their periods. The other challenge is of short-term commitment from key stakeholders. We always make short-term commitments as stakeholders with regards to sanitation and MHM, and it's time that we have a bigger picture and make long-term commitments that can be able to benefit our women and girls, and move away from just far distribution and look at also investing in facilities that can support them manage their periods. There was also the challenge of we have been more of boardroom people, having boardroom meetings all the time, and we rarely move out of the boardroom to go to the communities. And so it's time that we move out of the boardroom and go and tackle the real issues at the community level. On opportunities, there are various opportunities that you can leverage on to drive the sanitation and MHM agenda. And the first opportunity is that we need to invest funds in development projects and development issues and move away from operational issues. And this calls for us to invest in sanitation facilities that can support women and girls manage their periods in schools, at home, and in public spaces. And on the issue of poverty reduction, the main opportunity there is on economic empowerment. How do we economically empower our women and girls so that they can be able to meet their menstrual needs and the needs of their larger families? There is also issue of social protection. How do we incorporate or integrate issues of MHM in social protection policies and grants? On the way forward, especially on tackling menstrual waste, is focus on biodegradable menstrual waste and focus on biodegradable menstrual materials, as they will help us reduce on the menstrual waste load. And also we can focus on utilizing menstrual materials that can be used for long-term period, the menstrual cup and the reusable pads, instead of the one-off disposable pad that we are giving out to schools. We also need to partner, engage and fund Office of the First Ladies directly. From experiences that have been shared, when First Ladies are funded directly, then they are able to achieve greater results than when the fund goes through other systems, like the county system or other channels. But when they are funded directly, then they are able to implement and they are able to account for the funding that they receive. The other issue is on women economic empowerment. How do we support the First Ladies to economically empower women? And we have the example of Bungoma, whereby we are all being encouraged to adopt a chama, and through that chama you can be able to support women to rear chicken and do kitchen gardening. They can be able to get an income to support themselves, to support their families, and also to support their girls as they go through menstruation. And on commitments, the First Ladies commit to champion for MHM across all the counties. They were already made champions in Busia, and they are committing to continue championing for the cause of MHM. And they're also committing to increased partnerships. There are various opportunities and platforms through which you can partner with them, and one of them is through the LREB or through the LREB First Spouses. So they are open for partnership, and for those of us who are here and would like to work with the First Ladies, we can partner with them through LREB, or you can even contact them directly and look for areas of partnership. And they also commit to work with women in a Sustainable Enterprises Association, through which they want to mentor girls and boys as they grow up. Thank you so much. That is all we had from the First Lady's discussion session.
Thank you so much, Faith. And a round of applause once again to that session one. That was quite a lot that you covered within such a very, very short time. Session 2, that was led by Mr. Victor Odhiambo. Your rapporteur for session 2. Rapporteur for session 2. I will skip that. Okay, so they are finalizing. As they finalize, I will go to session 3 and Mr. Basweti's team, the rapporteur that supported that. Susan, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you, our COP. We had our session on hits and misses on sanitation and MHM, and this was by the technical team led by the CECs, chief officers, directors, and even the private sector players who were part of this. We did a high level, I will give a high level summary on the challenges, and the challenges were majorly: one, issues around policy framework, and number 2 was information and also capacity building. In policy framework, we did agree that there were policies at the national level, but when you come down to the county level, some counties are not domesticated policies around sanitation and MHM. And the third one was on financing for sanitation and MHM, and the fourth one was on attitudes around sanitation and MHM. And this one is cross-cutting all the way from the leadership, the top leadership, the Council of Governors, to the county assembly members, and also to the community at large. And the question around sanitation is always, when we talk about toilet, then somebody asks you, what don't we know about a toilet? And the opportunities are quite a number. We had 18 points around opportunities. And the first one was on innovative solutions to address issues around technology advancement. Technology advancement around sanitation and also MHM. And there were examples of incinerators that are being adopted now, the small incinerators, to address issues around disposal of MHM, and also urban areas to also identify with technologies and also come up with a catalog of technologies to address issues of sanitation. The second one was on budgetary allocation. It was indeed agreed that there is little in terms of budgetary allocation when it comes to sanitation and MHM. And this is as a result of these two given a second or third priority. And they are not given codings. The advantage that other areas or sectors benefit from is that they have codings on the funding. But when it comes to sanitation and MHM, there is no coding, and little is given to the two in regard to budgets. And beyond that, we have a case example of Busia County, where there is a budgetary allocation of 6.2 million in this financial year towards MHM. But even though there is that budget, there is not much in terms of utilization of these budgets. So we are lobbying for county governments to provide priority to sanitation and MHM so that budgets can be utilized for impactful engagements. The third point is on business opportunity, health and safety of environment. There exist opportunities and more needs to be done by counties to embrace business players so that they can come in and support sanitation and MHM. The fourth, we also talked about blended financing in partnership with development partners to upscale market-based solutions. We have financial institutions who are coming up to bring products or to develop products around sanitation and MHM, and counties need to work closely with these financial institutions. The other one is also on private sector engagement. We have enterprises, we have manufacturers and suppliers who are coming in to support affordable sanitation products and services, and this needs to be embraced across the Lake Region economic bloc. We also had raised an opportunity around advocacy with the communities, and this is to help communities embrace sanitation and MHM activities, and also to prioritize when it comes to community dialogues around budgetary allocations. The other one was on policy and regulation in workplace, and not just workplace but policy and regulation across, and it was indeed agreed that all counties need to adopt to the national policies and regulations around sanitation and MHM, and also ensure that there is enforcement to the extent of these regulations. And we also agreed that for information sharing, there is need for popular versions developed around these policies and regulations, so that all leadership across, including our county assemblies, our council of governors, are aware of these policies, and the popular version will be easier to internalize and also to help address the challenges that we have. And again, we also have the opportunity of trained public health officers. We have trained public health officers across the LREB region who can share knowledge of the technological options that are available, and that is an opportunity that we can still explore, and to bring on board more educationists to share on this. We also talked about public-private partnerships, and the public partnerships will help scale sanitation and MHM. And again, we talked about having multi-sectoral engagement or multi-sectoral approach to sanitation and MHM, and even taking advantage of example of Transoia, where there is a governors roundtable to sit and discuss issues around sanitation and MHM. This will also help in terms of prioritizing on budgetary allocations, because we will have the governor's goodwill. And this goes hand in hand with the political goodwill, because this will also put us into the limelight when it comes to budgetary allocation for sanitation and MHM. There was also an agreement that all departments in the county government should mainstream sanitation and MHM, so that it starts from us. There is also an opportunity in leveraging on financing. Particularly, we have opportunity from the COP23 that just ended, and we can take advantage of that. We also agree that counties need to map stakeholders on sanitation and MHM, so that no one is left behind when it comes to sanitation and MHM. And again, we also talked about curriculum, having curriculum within our TVET and educational institutions on sanitation and MHM, so that we can have technical teams to come and support in terms of implementation. There was also key on issues around standards, and county governments agreed that they will learn more around standards so that they have standardized technologies when implementing sanitation and hygiene. And last but not least, I would say that we agreed that we are going to take advantage of the ISO 323, which also will address the solution on diapers, and that we will be able to embrace the circular economy. There was the issue of counties ban diapers and to avoid clogging of our systems, or we go back to reusable materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rapporteur, for session 3. Session 2, are you ready to present now? Thank you. Please summarize if you can. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm making this presentation on behalf of the group, and that is Group 2. And in terms of Group 2, our membership was largely drawn from the county assemblies. And I shall not go into the very specific details of the discussions that we had, but more importantly, I shall try to address myself to the resolutions that were made by this particular group in terms of way forward and how best to add value to the discussion that we've been having, and more importantly as well, how to engender the ideals and objectives of this program into the processes of the county government for better outcomes and things like that. Now, in terms of resolution, and taking into account the need to have sector guidance, the need to have a document that would guide engagements and activities around MHM, it was resolved that counties pursue the possibility of coming up with a standalone policy on sanitation and menstrual health. This is meant at safeguarding, if not avoiding, the pitfalls that some of these processes at the county level and possibly also at the national level have suffered, where you have, when you bundle, say for instance, sanitation and water, you realize that most of the attention is given to water to the exclusion of sanitation. So for purposes of also not looking at menstrual health as a sanitation issue, it was felt that, at the county level, we come up with a standalone policy that addresses itself to issues around sanitation, but more importantly, menstrual health. Number 2, coming up with supporting legislative instruments, and in terms of this legislative instrument, they would be very crucial for purposes of governing issues to do with planning, budgeting, and related implementation issues. Remember, by law, you cannot spend outside of a planning framework. But then more importantly, how do we therefore get to address the issues around planning, the issues around budgeting, and the issues that come with implementation. It's one thing to plan, it's another thing to budget, but then it's also another thing to see results. So for all of this to happen, it would be very important that we come up with a supporting legislative framework that governs and gives credence to the discussions that we're having around sanitation and menstrual health. It was also felt, as a resolution number 3, it was also felt, or it was resolved, that a percentage or a portion of the budget be dedicated towards sanitation. The figure that has been proposed is 2% of the development budget to be dedicated to issues around sanitation and menstrual health. And
As it is, the suggestion was that this can be cascaded to the department level. So over and above having 2% of the budget being dedicated to menstrual health, sanitation and menstrual health, we can also have the departments having, the relevant departments having portions of their budgets equally dedicated to this process. Data being a very key component of public processes, including things like budgeting, including things like planning, it is very important that the county governments find themselves in that space where they're able to collect data and use that data for purposes of planning and budgeting. So one of the resolution, an additional resolution is for this particular, for the county governments under reference to come up with tools and platforms for collecting that data that they may eventually get to use for purposes of monitoring and evaluation. Also paying attention to waste management. Yes, it is one thing to talk about menstrual health, and management and things like that. But what about things like waste management in the context of the discussion that we're having? Like, for instance, the sanitary towels, where do they go after use? It was felt is important that we pay attention to some of those, we pay attention to waste management in the context of MHM, and with that come up with guidelines on how these processes can actually be undertaken and in any event be realized. Emancipation and knowledge activities or awareness creation, it is very crucial that we have a mass of people who can relate with the objectives of the program, but who also get to understand where we are coming from, who are also able to appreciate the need and all the interests that we've developed around menstrual health management and things like that. And the members of the county assembly were able to commit to being ambassadors of this process. Over and above working with the Women Caucus, who have basically organized around this particular matter, they are also willing to be ambassadors of the process. But even within the group, we were able to basically discern the fact that not everybody has got the right information when it comes to issues around menstrual health. So with that, there is quite a bit of learning that has to be done, such that therefore we are all able to understand where we are coming from, what we need to do, and how we get to do what we're supposed to do. So that is a matter that was of concern, but more importantly is the resolution that has been, the resolution that is the NCA's agreeing to be ambassadors of the process, including being platforms through which information around MHM and sanitation can actually be filtered, or in any event can actually be spread through our local communities, them being representatives in those institutions. Them being representatives of the people who've been elected to represent the people in those county assemblies wherever they lie. All right. Then also a resolution to come up with a technical working group that basically formulates all the basically formulates and in any event customizes policies and legislations. When we talk of policies and legislations, in a nutshell, what we're trying to say is coming up with legislative instruments through which either you can spend, through which either you can require, through which you can compel, and all those other things. So the proposal was that there should be the formation of a technical working group to oversee the process of coming up with a customizable policy and necessary legislative instruments that can be adopted or that can be customized and adopted across the 14 LREB counties. The reality is that not all the, across the 14 LREB counties, their circumstances are not entirely the same. The reality also is that across the 14 LREB counties, there are points of commonalities. And in terms of those points of commonalities, those points can actually be the points upon which we try create policy instruments. We also try create legislative instruments that will basically drive the process of coming up with policy and legislative governance of sanitation and MHM. Then, as I finalize, yes, and the last one is, the fingers disappeared, just a second. Just about that. All right. All right. Yeah, but that, in a nutshell, is what the group has come up with. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Shall we appreciate that group better? Thank you so much for all the session rapporteurs and chairs that presented. We have a team that will be collecting each of those submissions. So for the rapporteurs, there is a team seated at the back that will be collecting those reports. So please make sure that you connect with our secretariat and share with us each of those submissions. And finally, the session 4. Session 4, the Governor's Boardroom. I will request Roslyn Okiri to come and share the outcomes. Roslyn, as she comes, is the Deputy Chief of Party of USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project. Over to you, Roslyn.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. So I will take you through the discussion points, milestones and action points for the discussions that took place at the Governor's Boardroom. Our facilitator was His Excellency Arthur Odera, the Deputy Governor of Busia County. So the governors were tasked to review the 2022 Sierra Declaration and Action Plan. So for those who might not know, the declaration refers to the Kisumu Private Sector Participation and Investment Declaration for Sanitation and Hygiene Management that took place in 2022. So very broadly, the discussion centered around inclusion of the remaining 6 counties into the project activities, and secondly on sustainability of the sanitation and MHM interventions that are taking place in the 6 counties. So how do the counties move forward beyond 2027? And then most importantly, how do we include the 6 counties into this discussion? So they looked at the 5 key areas as listed in the declaration. And probably to start with, the first one on sector coordination. It was agreed that there is need to continually strengthen sector coordination across the 14 counties to upscale sanitation and MHM, specifically through the inclusion of private sector actors and partners. So there has been progress in the 8 counties where the project is supporting this activity, and so the governors tasked themselves to see to it that they scale up or replicate these activities into the 6 counties, of course using the LREB platform. Then still on to that, among the key actors within this space, there is really need to have clear responsibilities of each actor, from the county government to the private sector institutions, and also the partners, so that we can be able to measure the outcomes and impact of each actor's efforts, to be able to really just assess the performance and also strengthen accountability. So their action point on this was basically just to go back to the drawing board and clearly define each actor's roles and responsibilities, and when we convert next, then we'll be able to assess this performance. The second key issue was on the policies, and this has been discussed across board in the other 3 sessions. So the governors agreed that there's need to advocate for the domestication of the policies to respond to the county-specific needs, and this will also inform budgetary allocation for sanitation and MHM. There has been progress in the 8 counties, with 4 of them having begun the domestication of the menstrual hygiene management policy and also the environmental health and sanitation policy, mainly Busia, Bungoma, Kakamega and Migori counties. And so the other counties have been urged to also prioritize this to inform sanitation and NHM interventions. The issue of data has come up quite a lot, and this was also one of the agenda items under the key declaration point number 5, where there is need to highlight the value of sanitation and hygiene backed by data. So the governors agreed and actioned LREB to develop a data reporting template and also a robust management system to support the counties in the data collection process and also in the management. For the 8 counties where the project implements, we have piloted the M-Water platform, and there was a proposal to also have these counties to adopt this since it's an open source platform. Then on the issue of inclusion of all counties within the LREB block, there is need to develop joint concept notes for the counties, specifically within the LREB region, to allow for the inclusion of all the 14 counties as they seek donor funding. And to support this, also organize for regional investment conferences to attract donor support and private sector involvement. To ensure that all the 14 counties are included in the discussions with the donor, there is a proposal to advocate for inclusion of all the sub-national level governments in donor support discussions, and this will just really give an opportunity to the recipients of the development activities to put in their voice to seek support from these donors. Then on the sustainability aspect, there is a proposal to have the counties really just develop sustainable strategies that respond to sanitation and NHM challenges. So looking at what has worked or what has been piloted within these 8 counties and scaling them up to the remaining 6 counties that are not supported. And lastly, on private sector participation, this is very key given that we are now promoting the market-based approach, provide platforms and policies that support private sector involvement and participation in addressing sanitation and NHM interventions. Lastly, the issue of research and development within the sanitation and NHM space. So looking to all learning institutions, researchers to support with evidence in terms of need or the challenge that the 14 counties are facing to inform the interventions and most importantly support donor investment in the 14 counties. Thank you very much. That is the summary from the Governor's Boardroom.
Thank you so much, Roslyn and team. Once again, raising this pass, if you know the owner or you are the owner, please reach out to me. And a notebook here that is also found and lost. Found and lost, not lost and found. So please reach out if you know any of the owners of this property. So thank you so much to all the session chairs and rapporteurs. We've come to the end of this feedback session. But towards the very end, I was looking for Bill. Bill, you're back there, and Bill, if you're there, if Bill is not there, can I have Brian? Brian is also missing in action. Oh, Brian is over there. So he's probably the tallest man in the house. Should I say the tallest man in the dome tent? So all the session rapporteurs and session chairs, please share your notes with that gentleman, Brian. So he will be taking them together, compiling a session report that based on the feedback that we've received today. So that brings us to the end of this session, but I do have 3 announcements to make. First, with regards to logistics, for the teams that came or arrived this morning, first, please ensure that you're registered with the ushers just outside of this dome tent. Secondly, please ask for a logistics team to guide you on any other question or inquiries you may have. Ask for Goretti, ask for Karen, and ask for Ibrahim. They will guide you if you have any questions or clarifications as to the next steps. Second announcement that I wish to make is that we break now for lunch, and lunch is served straight ahead. As you cross to the other side, please pass the swimming pool and straight ahead. There is not really a dome tent, but a temporary meeting structure that has been done there, well set, and the lunch is served. To the right is exclusive to the governors who are still holed up in the summit and the spouses. So please, everybody that is here, proceed to the right, to straight ahead, and lunch is served. After lunch, we will all take a break. You may wish to freshen up, you may wish to just meet and greet, mingle, or get to understand deeper the subject matter, sanitation and menstrual hygiene. Our colleagues will be more than happy to interact, share progress, and discuss how we can collaborate with each one of you. And as we do that, let's prepare for the evening session, which begins right here at 5 o'clock. And in the evening, we are doing the African theme. We are doing the African theme. And so there is one of the partners over there in the exhibition tent. If you're not prepared for the African theme, please visit the exhibition booth. There will be somebody to share with you a very beautiful outfit, exactly your size. There is enough for all of us. So in the evening at 5 o'clock, we all convene here, and please, let's keep time so that we begin the evening session. A lot is in store, and so I'm also equally eager to find out what is in store. I guess a lot of dancing as well. And with that, I think we can take leave. If the MC wants to conclude by praying for lunch, so that we then take the next steps. Thank you.
Let us pray. Oh God, others you have given appetite but no food. Others you have given food but no appetite. Behold, you have given us both. Sanctify it in Jesus' name. Bon appetit.
red meat. Red meat.
We appeal to those of us who are just walking up and down to have a seat. Take a few photos, post them online. Remember, whatever you're seeing on your screens is being streamed live. The links have been shared in your various groups. So if you go to Facebook, or if you have a friend who did not come, just tell them to go to Facebook, send them the link. They are in your various groups, WhatsApp groups, and then it's going to be full of what we are doing right now. Chill out. One more time.
we would like to complete in different languages. So in this case,
Nisaidie ndugu na wazazi wako mama, popote walipo hapo. Mimi sina mwana lakini wasafiri mwani, ndio wasiwasi ndio. Nikumbuka tulivyoachana baada ya kuishi uliniahidi hapo. Tumeona kuna siku zinapita bora sikuoni mama. Hapo mama iliyo Natisaidia tufike mami, tukaone makala maendeleo. Mengine sisemi mama, wazi na kuachia wewe. Mwisho na kuombea salama afro, mpaka siku tutakuona maendeleo. Afro kia kasana usiniweke mama, ingawa mazuri mami, lakini kuchagua wewe. Tabia zako sawa na sura yako, nimeridhika kuwa na wewe. Sadaka nipeleke mama, nikawaone wazazi wako mama. Natisaidia tufike mami, tukaone hapa maendeleo. Mengine sisemi mama, wazi na kuachia wewe. Mwisho na kuombea salama hapo, basi tutakuona. Cheza Asante kwa makofi macho. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and up next, this is a song that was composed by one of the finest icons in Africa, Paul Macchiari. Back in the days before I was even born, and this guy used to talk a lot, you know, especially concerning relationships. And most of the songs we listen to, some of us, we did not really understand what it means. But tonight, we're going to simplify some of the songs because we want to give us the page. So ladies and gentlemen, this one is about relationship. And what happens? Why is it that kwa nini madada zetu hawapendani na mabibi zetu manyumbani? Kuna nini? Bandeko ya basi balingaka bandeko mibali bandeko ya biso ya basi balingaka basi na biso te. Kuna nini? Nini? Hawapendani. This is why. kuja kuona dada yangu nikakaka na mabala dada bala ala usaya yo ekona ya mwasi akobala Olira pexala amamiro Olira vacío Alina tabasa con mi batite con el vino Olira vacío Alina tabasa con mi batite con el vino Dios no me canta, Una niña canta y mamá y no Una niña canta con mi batida, con la vida. Unazungumzia wale wanawake baraka zetu vile wanapenda tusi wake zetu manyumbani wana vitu utile pale basi ya mapala mikana suite uti awa na kisu ya mama adiambo
Ladies and gentlemen, may we all be outstanding as we welcome our governor who are just joining. Makofi jamani, wanapoingia kama wetu. Naona karibu kidogo, naona Profesa Peter Nyamjongo na Excellency Ken Saka. Wanakumbuka vijana wa jana kabisa.
So, what's up?
This evening we are having this award ceremony to recognize and celebrate stakeholders who are catalyzing individuals, communities, counties, and the private sector toward market-based sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in Western Kenya. These awards aim to celebrate approaches that multiply investment in sanitation and hygiene in the state Western Kenya sanitation project supported counties of Bungoma, Busia, Homa Bay, Kakamega, Kisii, Kisumu, Migori, and Siaya, and the LREB counties of Nyamira, Vihiga, Bomet, Trans Nzoia, Nandi, and Kericho.
And the award will be given to individuals and/or institutions with proven implementation and/or approaches aimed at improving stakeholder coordination to strengthen the policy and regulatory environment with the aim of increasing the capacity of county governments to achieve sustainable change in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management.
To start us off, let us welcome on stage the chair of the SAC, Busia Deputy Governor, Arthur Odera, to make his welcoming remarks. Honorable Your Excellency.
Here comes the champion and a team of honorable members, business leaders. Karibuni. Your Excellencies, governors, keeping it light. Deputy governors, first ladies, first spouses, all leaders. Good evening to you. Muko salama. I hope you all had a brilliant day. And this is what the function was named after. The award, the Sanitation Award dinner. In the day we have listened, we have talked, we have thought, we have turned everything over in our mind, we have written, now we have come to eat, to sing, and to dance. So welcome to this eating, singing, and dancing event, and we will soon see the awards. Those who are lucky to have won will be awarded, and we hope to go quickly. Sorry that we started late. We are hoping to move pretty quickly so that there is more time to eat, drink, and dance. Thank you very much indeed, and welcome. I welcome now the MC to take us to the next event.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, for His Excellency Arthur Odera, therefore now I would like to invite the chief of party, Mr. Paul Orengo, to the stage kindly. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you so much, MC. A very warm welcome once again to this very auspicious occasion. Mine is very brief to just remind us of why this dinner, why the gala, and what next, so that then I toss it to the next person. As has been mentioned, we are celebrating the good deeds, the good actions, but also promoting the principle of collective responsibility. And so the calendar year 2024, as we all know, had its achievements, successes, but also failures. However, in the midst of all that, we choose to remain positive. We choose to see that which happened well, and that is why we are here. And so we will be treated to so the award basically seeks to connect us and repurpose our intentions for the next phase, which is 2024. And of course, as we close the year in a very high note, it really sets the tempo for us to achieve even better in the years to come. And so, USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project takes pride in collaborating with LREB Secretariat and all other partners that are gathered here today in celebrating all the LREB counties that are represented. But before we know who did well and who will be awarded, Their Excellencies, the governors, will be making commitments to support all of us that are gathered here, to support sanitation and menstrual hygiene, not just in the year that we are looking ahead to, but also in the years to come. And beyond this commitment, this will be engraved into the annual development plans, CIDPs, as well as the annual work plans. And so, to take us through this session, the CEO of LREB Secretariat, Victor Nyagaya, will lead their excellencies in the signing of the commitments that will be binding to each of the LREB counties, seeking to address the enabling environment, increase public financing towards sanitation and menstrual hygiene, and many other aspects of sanitation and menstrual hygiene development. Victor?
Thank you very much for party. I think the program we are having at hand right now, that Excellencies Governor are signing the communique, and it will be read through by His Excellency Governor Nyong'o, the chair of the summit, as soon as they have signed the copies. Our ushers, we have the lectern brought step forward. Thank you so much. Our ushers, we have the lectern brought to the floor. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You love the point. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening once more. On behalf of my colleague governors, Governor Ken Lusaka, the Deputy Chair of LREB, and Champion Paul Tuoma, share our other colleague governors who are here above, but we shall speak solidly on their behalf. We, as governors today, as CLR 2023 meeting of all LREB representatives gathered here for this afternoon's discussion and tonight dinner, receiving this declaration. A declaration on accelerating sustainable, inclusive, safe, and resilient sanitation and menstrual hygiene management services in the Lake Region Economic Bloc. We, the governors of Lake Region Economic Bloc, LREB, who constitute the LREB Summit, the highest decision-making organ, have met at Sierra Resort in Kisumu County on this 21st day of December, the year of our Lord 2023, for the annual Sanitation and Menstrual Hygiene Management Forum. Appreciating the role of the LREB Secretariat, the role that it plays in coordination and provision of leadership among various initiatives carried out by the member counties, recognizing that even though member counties have made progress on sanitation and menstrual hygiene management, there still exists challenges ranging from fragmentation of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management services, in short, MHM services, as I would say from now on. Low prioritization, inadequate human and financial resources, lack of a clear policy direction, and silo approach in implementation, emphasizing and upholding the right to sanitation as enshrined in Article 43(1), which states, and I quote, "Every person has the right to accessible and adequate housing and to reasonable standards of sanitation," unquote. Noting that lack of access to improved sanitation, together with poor menstrual practices, result in a huge disease with associated economic, human, social, health, and environmental costs, which are a major burden on LREB member counties. Concerned by the statistics of the number of people who are yet to have adequate access to safe managed sanitation and MHM products and services, mindful of the role and support offered by various stakeholders to support member counties in meeting the aspirations of universal access to sanitation and MHM by 2030, and supporting communities through ending open defecation and adoption of market-based sanitation approaches. Committed to raising the profile of sanitation and MHM in our county systems for economic planning as an integral element of mechanisms to improve county budgetary allocations and attract investment to the sanitation and MHM sector, we hereby now resolve as follows. First, on strengthened partnership for action. The LREB develops a multi-agency action plan on sanitation and MHM that draws membership from national county governments, state agencies, development partners, private sector representatives, civil society, and women and youth organizations with clear roles and responsibilities for each other. This will facilitate actions geared towards A. Streamlined and coordinated partnerships for accelerated action to achieve safely managed sanitation and menstrual hygiene and impact on the service delivery landscape, and B, enhance private sector confidence to invest in delivering, maintaining, monitoring, growing and improving sanitation and MHM services for all as a profitable business. Secondly, on governance and enabling environment, that LREB commits to strengthen the LREB Secretariat governance system to contribute to raising the profile of sanitation and MHM and ensure improved members' counties, policy, environment, and facilitate implementation of sanitation and MHM initiatives and spur financing for the sector. Further, we commit to do the following. 1. Domesticate national level policies to respond to countries' specific needs and facilitate appropriation of funds for sanitation and MHM. 2. Develop a robust database and institutionalize regular reporting to support counties make evidence-based decisions on sanitation and MHM. 3. Enhance capacity to develop and market concept notes that address block-wide needs or county-specific needs. This will be enhanced through joint investment conferences for the above. 4. Advocate for inclusion of subnational level governments in donor support discussions where counties as recipients of the development interventions are involved in decision making. 5. Work with development partners to craft sustainable strategies that respond to sanitation and MHM challenges beyond project lifespan in order to embed sustainability. 6. Ensure technical, vocational, and educational training institutions within member counties. Strengthen local capacity in training to deliver appropriate services in line with demand while powering and curating innovations in sanitation and hygiene. 7, and finally here, work with research and learning institutions within them to strengthen the evidence base and develop innovative, locally appropriate solutions. In conclusion, therefore, we remain committed to the mission of achieving inclusive, safe, sustainable, and resilient sanitation and MHM services delivered in every member county. These recommendations are hereby adopted to become LREB Summit Resolution this 21st day of December, the year of our Lord 2023, by myself, the Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, the 2 of us have signed it because we are here. Those who have approved in abstention are His Excellency Honorable Dr. Eric Mutai, Governor of Kericho County, His Excellency Honorable Simba Arati, Governor of Kisii County, His Excellency Honorable Chiba Yako, Governor of Migori County, His Excellency Honorable Fernandez Barasa, CPS, Governor of Kakamega County, His Excellency Honorable Gladys Wanga, Governor of Homebay County. Oh, Her Excellency, not His Excellency, sorry, apologies. Her Excellency Gladys Wanga, Governor of Homebay County. His Excellency Honorable James Orengo, Governor of Siaya County. His Excellency Honorable Stephen Sang, Governor of Nandi County. His Excellency Honorable Amos Nyaribo, Honorable Nyaribo of Siaya, I think that could be valid, Governor of Nyamira County. His Excellency Honorable George Natembea, representing here ably, Governor of Trans Nzoia County. His Excellency Honorable Paul Otuma, Governor of Siaya County, the champion, hereby seated and signed. His Excellency Honorable Wilbur Ochichiro, represented here by his Deputy Governor of Ibiliga County. And His Excellency Honorable Professor Hilary Bachok, Governor of Bomet County. He was here right here to leave for an urgent business, but if you have, with us fully. Do you accept my resolutions? You also say aye. Also, well, thank you. A round of applause for the adoption of this wonderful document. May I now request the LREB CEO to hand over this important document to the Chief of Party, Dr. Paul Orengo, in this glittering, wonderful paper. Thank you. Camera. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for safekeeping that document, the 2023 Siaya Declaration. How much a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency Chair and Excellency President. Thank you for that great and wonderful commitment in the area of menstrual hygiene in our block. This is a real milestone for us. At this point in time, I would wish to call upon the Deputy Governor of Bungoma, who we've been working with on this program, take over the next part of me. Busia, sorry. The Deputy Governor of Busia. There. I don't know why my lips are close to Bungoma.
That's probably because the governor of Bungoma was looking at you. Your lips tilted towards him. Your Excellencies, governors, deputy governors, first spouses, leaders of business, leaders of counties, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good evening and welcome to this event. We are now on to the awards proper, and at this point in time, I would like to invite three people. One, Madam Rosalie Omolo, who is the Chief Executive for Public Health and Medical Services from Mabei, to assist us. And the Honorable Stephen Chamwarik, who is the Chair of the Health Committee in Bomet County. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. And as we stand here ready, now I invite the team, the technical committee, led by the chairman, Professor George Croda. Professor, I invite you to quickly introduce your team and then make your remarks, your brief remarks, before we invite you to hand over the secret envelope to the champion. Thereafter, we'll proceed with the awards. So, Professor Croda's team, please come forth for introduction.
Your Excellencies, the governors, deputy governors, honorable speakers and members of the County Assembly, first spouses, County Executive Committee members present here, Chief Officer, Chief of Party, Chief Executive Officer from LREB, Directors, invited ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency Dr. Paul Otuma, the Governor of Busia County, in his capacity as LREB Champion of Sanitation and Menstrual Hygiene Management, appointed three persons, Dr. Karina Otieno, Thank you. Ms. Supan Nakami. And myself, George Kroda, as well as opted members representing different partners and all institutions. Mr. Matthew O'Neill, Mr. Uchien Gumbo, Ms. Maureen Onyango, Ms. Christine Namaini. These three were to provide secretariat and coordination support to conclude the Independent Technical Evaluation Committee. The scope of work of ITEC, in collaboration with LREB, USID, WKSP, and other partners, and with advice from the Sanitation and MHM champion for the regional block, was to ensure a full delivery of the inaugural LREB Sanitation and MH Award. The annual Sanitation and MH non-financial awards recognize and celebrate county governments, departments and agencies, corporates, enterprises, and individuals who have demonstrated exceptional performance to advance sanitation and MHM agenda in the region. The overall objective of LREB's annual Sanitation and MHM Awards is to incentivize and promote actions that lead to improved sanitation and good menstrual health and hygiene practices in the community through institutional and corporate leadership, innovation, product development, and private sector engagement, including financing to catalyze the delivery and uptake of sanitation and MHM products and services at household level. The ITEC received overwhelming response from the county governments, community-based organizations, corporate and individuals to questionnaires that we sent out, answering many telephone calls and more telephone calls, and welcomed our ITEC team when we visited selected counties. We thank you all sincerely for the support and a demonstration of how valuable this subject is to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we had limited time to deliver this assignment, and without your dedicated support, we would not be here today. We have learned from you. We have learned, in this respect, we have learned not to listen to a single story. A single story is for those who prefer dogma and cross out other points of view. Let us not listen to a single story. You will never know the true and amazing stories on human ingenuity. We have learned to listen to your stories. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to celebrate many stories, but of one most important being, the essence of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in giving dignity to humanity. It presents three categories of awards. The first group of citation and mention. This group of citations and mentions, we have 2 citations, and we have about a couple, 10 mentions. The second group of awards will include trophies in 3 different categories, namely county awards, private sector awards, and individual awards. These awards will also provide summarized citations of the recipient. I wish all of you the best. You are all winners. Thank you very much.
I now invite the champion, Dr. Paul Otoma. Champion, please come and receive the envelope from the chairman of the technical committee. He will hand over to you the report. and thereafter the awards can properly begin. Professor, where is your envelope? Thank you, Professor and your team. Thank you very much for the great job done by yourselves. Tunashukuru. Champion, we invite you to sit down. Then we'll be inviting respective excellencies to deliver. No. You have now handed over to us. One of you, please. Thank you. So we'll start with the lady to call the first recipient. Read the citation.
Your Excellencies, honorable members present, this is the overall LREB MHM Achiever of the Year. The overall LREB Menstrual Hygiene Management Achiever of the Year is a recognition given to a county in the Lake Region Economic Bloc that is testament to the county's exceptional dedication, leadership, and outstanding achievements in advancing menstrual hygiene management within the region. Key amongst these achievements has been demonstrated by an unparalleled commitment to ensuring that the girls and women in the county have access to affordable and sustainable menstrual hygiene products. This commitment has played a pivotal role in breaking economic barriers and promoting menstrual dignity. The county being awarded has implemented innovative and effective disposal systems for menstrual hygiene products, addressing environmental concerns and promoting sustainable waste management practices. The county has actively contributed to breaking the silence surrounding menstruation by providing accurate and comprehensive information to girls and women. This initiative has empowered individuals to make informed choices about their menstrual hygiene and health. The county demonstrated a commitment to building staff capacity and allocating dedicated resources for MHM intervention. The investment in human resources and funding reflects a comprehensive approach to addressing menstrual hygiene challenges. The recipient of the award is a county that has played a crucial role in prioritizing and contributing to essential aspects of MHM sustainability, which includes but is not limited to the allocation and utilization of funds for MHM interventions. The county has gone ahead to set institutional alignment for delivery of MHM services and has relevant policies, strategies, regulations, and monitoring frameworks. This recognition sets an example for peers to follow, fostering a culture of awareness and action in the field of MHM. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to none other the county government of Busia. I want to ask the chairman of LREB to come and present the award to the champion. Not the champion anymore. Please come and receive the
Busia kuja kwa fujo, Busia kwa fujo. When you Busia person in the house,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause for this year campaign.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, governors, deputy governors, first ladies, all protocol observed. And we want to present this, the LREB workshop of the year is awarded for the county that has been duly recognized for the unwavering dedication, hardworking, and experienced contributions in providing safe space for women within the county. This recognition is a statement to the county commitment to the fostering a supportive environment for the women's well-being. This workshop, including the space to change the menstrual bath, wash hands, and with soap, and safety disposal of used materials. This initiative is pivotal for promoting the menstrual hygiene and dignity. This county commitment to providing, particularly in engagement in emergencies, the county has hygiene and management point persons to attend or address the issues related to the gender equity and social inclusive strategies and social and gender-based violence. It is with great pleasure that we recognize your outstanding efforts. This strategy role ensures a focused and responsive approach to address the unique needs and challenges faced by the women in the workshop. This award goes to the county government of Trans Nzoia. Peter Anyango, the chair of the summit. Welcome. What Peter Nzoia?
Wapi watu wa Trans Nzoia kwa nyumba? Trans Nzoia wote.
Trans Nzoia.
Mukirudi nyumbani salimia George na Tembe. Haya. Wapi makofi mazuri ya Trans Nzoia?
We will do the next one, and we will ask the Vice Chairman of LREB, Governor Misaka, to please present this one when it's completed.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the LREB overall sanitation achiever of the year is a county that has had a moderate ODF status of 3.6%, ODM with 25% improved sanitation coverage. The county allocated 51 million Kenyan shillings budgeted for sanitation in the financial year 2023-2024. The award specifically acknowledges the county that has done well on sanitation issues and allowed a budget for the same. Budgeting for sanitation is crucial as it plays a pivotal role in ensuring the well-being of the community and promoting public health. the leadership of this county, 80% of the public health officers have been trained on community-led total sanitation, promoting wash in schools and among the community members. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to the county government of Kisumu.
Governor, the deputy presents to the chairperson. Beautiful Kisumu.
Watu wa Kisumu wote kwa nyumba. Watu wa Kisumu, Mama County, where are you? Watu wa Kisumu wote. Dr. Matthew Owili, asante sana. Mwandanji, Kisumu yote, wapi matombi mazuri ya Kisumu. Naona Kenya National Team Amina yuko hapo. Asante sana. Thank you, thank you. Kisumu did not pay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kisumu. The host county did not give us a song. The host county did not sing for us, but we forgive them. The next one will be cited and will be presented by the Deputy Governor of Vihiga County. Thank you for their great achievements of social behavior changing, consultation, administration, hygiene, management. The National Economic Law brought to recognize a county that has made a significant transformation in changing the culture on issues of sanitation and social behavior change, communication, be multifaceted approach that has not only impact knowledge but also engaging in community, changing segments, norms, and influence positive behavior changes in instrumenting in driving positive changes in attitude, behavior, belief, and behavior, particularly in the context of the sanitary administration and management. The county has done this through advocating and to champion the issues of sanitation and menstruation hygiene management, which has been the hook among the community members. The county has identified many champions who has also leaders in the county as a role of model for the sanitation and menstruation. Thank you very much, Migori. The next trophy will be presented by the Deputy Governor of Trans Nzoia County, so please get ready to do that.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next is the LREB Sanitation and Hygiene Policy Trailblazer of the Year. This is the county that successfully domesticated the Environmental Health and Sanitation Policy and Bill. They are also working on the Menstrual Hygiene Management Policy 2023 for the county that will soon be launched. This policy achievement demonstrates that the county is committed to establishing a robust regulatory framework for sanitation practices, ensuring the well-being of its residents. Additionally, the county formulated standard operating procedures for fecal flag management, which is a critical aspect of sanitation infrastructure. These policies and guidelines serve as crucial tools for shaping the direction, function, and outcomes of the county on sanitation and MHM. They serve as guidelines and standards that help in decision-making, governance, and the overall development of the county. They have also championed issues of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in their budget and included financing for MHM emergency kits on their finance improvement fund. These policies are vital steps towards a healthier and more resilient community, as it will undoubtedly make a significant difference in the community served by the county, fostering a healthier, more resilient and inclusive environment. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to the county government of Kisii.
Watu ya Kisii wote tafadhali njooni na wimbo wenu. A round of applause to Kisii County.
Thank you, Kisii. Thank you very much, Kisii. Thank you. Kisii, asanteni sana. The next award will be presented by the Deputy Governor of Bungoma County. And here we go.
This is greatest achievement in addressing sanitation challenges. The four achievements of standing achievement in addressing the situation challenges the legislature brought to recognize the county that, alongside several partners, has made unparalleled commitment and leadership in overcoming sanitation challenges. Notable achievement, remarkable aspect, the works of community-led total sanitation strategy. The county successfully eliminated open deposit of body in 5,000 without obeying, and a manual fit in ensuring and healthier and more sustainable living environment. In 2019 census data, the county faced significant challenges, ranking among the 15 counties, which is high percentage of households, and the number of people practicing body. However, under the visionary leadership and conservation effort, the county has undergone a transformation journey in body prevention has seen the successful reducing from 10% in 2019 to the impressive of 4% in 2023. Outstanding improvement extends the use of pits like this without slashing on platforms, witnessing a commendable decline from 15.3% to the amicable 3%. The overall has been sustainable progress and increasing from 72% in 2019 to 2020 to the improvement of impressive 9.4% of 2022 to 2023, currently 58.4% of villages in the county are satisfied open
preventive free showcases and marking improvement from a more 4%. One of the driving force behind is transformation changes in the county strategy, allocation of the budget resources, specifically directing towards water and sanitation against wash initiative. The adoption of the county prototype environment, health and sanitation act has provided a solid foundation for this effort. More, the county has successfully implemented upscaling measures for sustaining ODF state and embracing market-based sanitation approach. These comprehensive strategies have only contributed to the decline in open effectiveness, but have also significant elevation basic hand wash facilities. The percentage of the households with basic hand washing facilities has surged from 17.5 of 2019 to 2020 to 75.28 in 2022-2023. Some of these reasons of this improvement include having a budget that focus on water, sanitation, and hygiene wash. The county has also adopted the county prototype environment, health and sanitation act, upscaling of ODF sanitation, sustainability and market-based sanitation. The county award, this award goes to the county government of Homa Bay.
Homa Bay.
Watu wote wa Homa Bay jamani, kuja mbele. Wanatoka Homa Bay, wapi wimbo ya Homa Bay? Homa Bay, chuo tu. Wapi wimbo? Wapi wimbo? Round of applause to Homa Bay.
Thank you, Homa Bay. Asante sana watu wa Homa Bay. Now, the next category of our days are people who have done great work. They did not win in any of the categories, but in the feeling of the committee, they deserve special mention. So I will request the host deputy governor and the deputy governor of Migori, one after the other, to please come and present this and shake their hands. So since there are 10, I'll give you 5 each. Deputy Governor Kisumu, you go first.
The special mention award as a trained national trainer of trainer, the individual visited 40 schools and led 34 community sessions this year. The individual has a passion for persons with disabilities across the county to advocate on matters of menstrual hygiene management. The individual has also participated in the investigation of Kenya Sanitation and Hygiene policy for Busia County, and the sanitation bill is a representative of MHM matters. This individual has been involved in the development of the county health investment plan to articulate MHM matters in Busia County. Your Excellency, Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, LREB mentioned Priscilla Juma.
You can come with a few friends and loved ones. You can be accompanied by your friends. Please come forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. Special, this is special mention breakthrough action led by John Hopkins University Centers for Communication Program in the Global Integrated Flagship Society and the areas changing program of the United States agencies for the international development. This organization is implementing the workshop-based project focused on menstruation, health and sanitation in Western Kenya. The project is built on the experience of other world partners workshop in Kenya and global best practice to undertake a workshop-based project in Kakamega, Kisumu, and Migori counties. LREB mentioned the breakthrough action. Kakamega and Kisumu. So Kakamega and Kisumu, and Migori counties, the three counties.
Breakthrough action is the organization.
Breakthrough action, where are you?
Counties. Breakthrough action.
Breakthrough action, are they represented here? If they are not, we will skip the award. Are they represented? Thank you.
Yeah. This for the breakthrough workshop. Kakamega, Kisumu, and the next special mention is a special mention that is very close to my heart. This is Keep a Lunch Initiative in Bungoma County. This organization, working with the First Lady of Bungoma County, Her Excellency Dr. Margaret Makelo, has been able to establish a kitty that supplies sanitary pads to girls aged between 10 to 24 years in over 1,000 schools and to mothers in hospitals. They have facilitated NutriFlour, which is a flour that is distributed to malnourished school-going children in Bungoma County. Your Excellency, Governor for Bungoma, I wish to request you to receive this on behalf of the First Lady.
You might feel free to
Watu wa
take it up.
Bungoma jamani, join your governor on stage. Watu ya Bungoma. Kuna wimbo, weka kidogo. Kama hiyo wimbo, weka kidogo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bungoma. The numbers are impressive and the awards are impressive. Thank you, Bungoma.
This is special mention Mama Agnes Ochino Foundation. The Mama Agnes Ochino Foundation is a non-governmental and a non-political organization registered in Kenya under the Sanitary Act. The foundation offers sanitary health management program like the position of free sanitary towels to schools going girls in the county. Mention Mama Agnes Ochino Foundation.
I would ask one of the first spouses to please receive on her behalf. Oh, she.
Is that okay?
Okay. Right.
Watu wa Migori wasindikize First Lady. Watu ya Migori wasindikize First Lady. Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
The Migori have insisted on Wanambele to the chieftain of Otoma and Lusaka.
Your Excellencies, the next special mention is of an institution that has been implementing workplace-based projects focused on MHM in Western Kenya. The project builds on the experience of other WASH partners working on MHM in Kenya and global best practices. They have undertaken projects in Kakamega, Kisumu, and Migori County. They have partnered with the Johns Hopkins University Center for Communication Program and the United States Agency for International Development, USA. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, LREB mentioned the Great Lakes University of Kisumu.
Okay. Watu kusoma sindikize kama na yao. Wapi oili, wapi sisi wote, wapi warembo wa Kisumu.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. So, thank you. Special mention, Migori County HM Steering Committee. The Migori Steering Committee composed of 47 members, of whom 9 are female and 39 are men, is a remarkable outfit to deal with the stigma in menstruation hygiene and management. It is multi-sectoral affairs, including development partners in the MHM sector, involvement in the supervision of MHM activities and policy formulation is policy formulation in demonstration in the county. The LREB mentioned Migori County Steering Committee. The Migori County is mentioned Steering Committee. Migori County.
Wapi Migori County and the Wanambele.
Somebody needs to present. Somebody needs to present. Yeah, Migori. Asante sana Migori. The next is a special mention. This is a foundation that has used innovative approaches in its reach with menstrual hygiene management services and products, using community influencers, retail shop owners, and border girls in creating awareness and educating the public on menstrual hygiene. The organization reached 14,000 people with MHM information, products, and services, out of which 10,500 were female and 3,919 were male. They made sales of 165,000 from sales of MHM products by working with 20 border girls, 10 youth peer providers, and youth-owned stockists using the Red Pride digital app. LREB specially mentioned Matibabu Foundation from Siaya County.
Wapi watu wa Kababa. Lakini ukiweka hiyo hivyo, Profesa Ajate wanasikia kama kitu inakimbia. start that song. We can start with that one. We shall start.
Special mention Busia County Assembly Women Caucus. The Busia County Assembly Women Caucus in July 2022 is composed of 47 members, 9 female, 38 male. The women and the males in this committee is remarkable, and additionally, it is membership from different departments. Line ministries and development partners has taken the role of submission all MHM activities. That's increasing the data, harvesting, and accountability. LREB mentioned Busia County Assembly Women Caucus.
Is it something of the poor? Yes.
Thank you. The next special mention goes to an individual who has promoted the ethical market-based MHM among government and private sector stakeholders in Western Kenya. This person has been instrumental in supporting county governments in the Lake region to establish and to strengthen MHM steering committees, which are mandated to coordinate MHM interventions at the county level. This individual has helped to build a capacity of over 350 subcounty and private sector stakeholders. LREB especially mentioned Faith Masika of West.
And we request the COP to join the staff in that where our friends and loved ones Asante sana, asante sana. Wote wa Western Sanitation Project, where are you? Asante sana. Asante sana. Special mention, this individual has been focal in creating the health awareness since 2017 to date, which include the vulnerable in the communities, including people with disability in schools, and also labor through ground visits involving and using media, especially radio, TV, social media, in creating awareness to communities. The person has created awareness in Busia and beyond. LREB mentioned Christine Nama.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Thank you, Busia, and thank you, Deputy Governor Migori. Asante sana. We now have two others to award, which are institutions that work closely the whole ecosystem of menstrual health, hygiene, and sanitation. I now invite the host First Lady to please come and present this one after the citation.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this next award is for the best performing water and sanitation service provider of the year. It goes to the water and sanitation service provider which has strong corporate governance and has been a leader in the Water Services Regulatory Board key performance indicators. This provider has prioritized sanitation in its systems with dedicated units and budgets and for business and for poor policies for sanitation. The water company also collaborates with various private companies and institutions and has a valid operations license and has also been cited by WASREB as one of the best performing water service providers in the Lake region. The winner of this award is the Declaration Water and Sanitation Company.
For the next award, may I invite the chair of the First Houses Caucus to please come and present. Thank you very much. This award was the financial institution that has developed 3 gold products. We are tracking and reporting systems for the loan advance for the sanitation and menstruation hygiene management. The financial institution records show the highest amount of valuable loans portfolios for sanitation and menstruation hygiene management. This institution is currently working with Western Kenya
sanitation program, improved loan for area shops, sanitation program, institution that will develop a community planning for the household program. This award goes to Thank you very much. The next award is the LREB Personality of the Year Award. And this award goes to employees who demonstrate exceptional and outstanding leadership qualities to champion the advancement of MHM in their respective communities, departments, and locals. This individual is the co-founder of a girls initiative that has conducted 20 mentorship camps in primary schools, secondary schools, and churches in the past year, partnering with an organization from outside the country to raise 1.2 million for MHM advocacy. The winner of this award is Denzel Washington of the Girls Future Initiative from Louisiana.
Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Lucia. Asante sana. That's how Lucia does it. I will now invite for the next award, I will invite Engineer Mbiti representing Kenya National. You will present this next.
Okay. Sanitation Innovator of the Year. This award goes to the innovator who has. This award goes to the innovator who has piloted and tested and rolled out the innovations in technology and process and business modalities in the sanitation product and service. The winner of this award has implemented an innovation approach in the vaccine of the Sato plan through the community promoters. This plan used the 19 to the literacy level in the targeted communities. Instead, use of grammar, research, role play, improve the interaction of the training is high with good
promote promotions of the implementation that our being currently oversee hygiene and sanitation promotion group, the wash activity program. The winner of this award is Irene Murere Nyanya Oba. Where are the friends of Irene and the Kisi team? Where are you? Irene, Team Kisi. Makofi kwa Kisi County. Makofi ya Irene. Kenya Sanitation Project Chief of Party to please come and present this one.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the LREB Reform Champion for Sanitation and Menstrual Hygiene Management of the Year Award. This citation is awarded to an individual who demonstrates outstanding leadership, commitment, and organization skills to ensure that sanitation and MHM receive attention through awareness raising and volunteerism in the county and the wider Lake Region economic bloc. He has demonstrated the ability to influence and advance environmental health policies, mobilize resources, and initiate regional activities in the region. Her commitment to raising awareness and maintaining sanitation practices highlights the importance of this award and the work that she has done to public health and environmental well-being. The recipient of this award has gone further to promote good health, adequate nutrition, responsive care, safety, and early learning opportunities for young learners, mostly girls. Your Excellencies, the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to the first lady of Nyamira County, Her Excellency Emily Angulo.
We are informed that the trophy will follow. So please present a certificate and the trophy will follow.
Wapi ngoma sasa bwana Zumi? Watu wa Nyamira jamani. Kuna dada.
Thank you. For the next awards, I invite the CEO, Lake Region Economic Bloc, to please present.
This is Best Sanitation Enterprise of the Year. This award goes to the enterprise that stock sanitation products, keep accumulating records of sales in and agents, provide feedbacks to stakeholders, including Western Kenya Sanitation Project. This health group is registered organization made up of mainly community health promoters who saw the need and economic empowerment themselves as they work their areas of influence. The CPOs consider the organization specializes in sample care of living
Kakamega County.
Watu wa Kakamega wazungumze vijana yao.
Thank you. Asante sana. Asante sana. We now want to invite the chairperson, if he or she is here, of the Kisumu County Assembly Health Committee to come and present this next one. Chairperson, Health Committee, Kisumu Assembly, are you here? If not, we'll invite the chair. Is here? Is he around? Chairperson, Busia County Assembly Health Committee, is he here? Please ask him to come here.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the LREB Menstrual Hygiene Management Innovator of the Year. This award goes to an innovator who has piloted, tested, and rolled out innovation in technology processes and business modeling in menstrual hygiene management products and services. The innovator initiated dustbin services and developed the mobile incinerator for sustainable menstrual waste management, and ventured into a business dealing with menstrual hygiene products such as quality reusable pads, cotton pants, and other hygiene support materials. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this award is Sarah Akeno from Kakas, Bungoma County. Watu wa Bungoma. Bungoma. Bungoma County.
Mlongo is coming up.
Haya. Music.
DJ. Wapi Mlongo? Wapi Mlongo? Mheshimiwa Ken Msaka, Honorable Your Excellency, please. Mlongo DJ. DJ.
Mchakato kidogo lakini inakuja.
Weka volume DJ. Wapi. Wameamua sasa.
Thank you. Chini sasa. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. This is the LREB Sanitation Personality of the Year Award. This award goes to individual or county employee who demonstrated exceptional and outstanding and self-leadership qualities to champion the advancement of the sanitation in their respective communities and departments and tokens. This individual is a county watch coordinator who mobilized resources from partners to drive behavior change and promote SATO products, resulting in reducing of diarrhea cases in several sub-counties in Kakamega County. These individuals work with partners to mobilize funding of around 5 million for sanitation and hygiene, has conducted over 36 advocating companies, a campaign in primary and secondary schools, markets, and institutions. This award goes to Mary Koretti.
And we are requesting Madam Zainab Mohammed from the Chamber of Commerce to please come and present this one.
Thank you very much, Kakamega County. The next award is the LREB Sanitation and nominee of this award is a journalist with many years of experience working as a county correspondent in the Lake region, covering the areas of health and sanitation. This individual has reported on HMN and sanitation for both radio and television in both local languages and Swahili. He has also reported on the various efforts of the county first ladies in the MHM effort. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to Leonard Achari of Royal Media Services.
And for this, the next one, I would like to invite, if the member is here, the Chair Finance Committee of the Assembly of Kisumu.
Okay.
Wait. Any chair of any committee of the County Assembly of Kisumu, please come. Thank you.
Okay. This is best LREB Menstrual Hygiene and Management and Enterprise of the Year. This award goes to the enterprise that stock a variety of menstruation hygiene management products, keep a clean records of sales and engaging artisans and agent promotion promptly and provide timely feedbacks to the stakeholders, including USAID Kenya Sanitation Project, a CPO making reusable sanitary towels from the cotton cloth in Nyamira County with 11 members, 3 men and 8 females. The CPO also produced sato pads and sato stool and sato stool for sale. Self-starter, no loan, bracket no loan, with about 100,000 shillings. The organization has also far down 100 products with the help of local MCA have been able to distribute to some schools. This enterprise has also visited 50 schools to promote their product. This award goes to innovative CPO care of Esther Nyambati of Nyamira.
Asante sana to Nyamira. Thank you. Asante sana. Congratulations. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, We are coming to the end of the awards. But as we come to the end and before the excellencies wrap it up, I have the honor and privilege to read unto us a citation that goes to His Excellency Governor Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o. This citation goes to LREB Chairperson for his consistent support for sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. His Excellency Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o has championed the promotion of sanitation and menstrual hygiene, removal of barriers, private sector involvement, and strengthening private sector and county involvement in menstrual health management and as Minister for Health and Medical Services, Professor Nyong'o championed the universal health coverage under the Kenya Vision 2030. To advocate for sanitation and menstrual hygiene as governor for Kisumu County. Under Professor Nyong'o's leadership, Kisumu County government has set plans to improve sanitation from a coverage of about 25% to 70% by the year 2027, as contained in their CIDP recently launched. Professor Nyong'o has also trained district health workers and artisans in data collection and reporting tools to support evidence-based decision-making in the county through the health department. Professor raised the issue and brought clarity to the relationship between poor sanitation and hygiene, which has a major health and economic implications, especially for women and children. To confer this citation, may I request Your Excellency the Governor for Bungoma, Your Excellency the Governor for Bungoma, to please come and hand this over to Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, LREB Summit Chair. May I request you, Your Excellency, the Governor for Bungoma, may I request you to please remain here in your capacity as Governor for Bungoma, but also in your capacity as LREB Vice Chair. And this is the last and final award. I will take us through what the award is all about, and Your Excellency will award the LREB Sanitation and MHM Grand Champion of the Year. The annual LREB Grand Champion for Sanitation and Menstrual Hygiene Management Award is a recognition given to a governor or deputy governor of a county in the Lake Region Economic Bloc who has shown outstanding leadership and dedication in the areas of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The award specifically acknowledges the individuals who have played a significant role in promoting and advancing sanitation and menstrual hygiene management initiatives within their county and the broader LREB region. The criteria for receiving the award include demonstrating exceptional leadership, a focus on sanitation and menstrual hygiene management, and the ability to influence and advance environmental health policies, mobilize resources, and initiate regional activities in the LREB. It is a commitment to increasing awareness mainstreaming sanitation and MHM practices, highlighting their importance in overall public health and environmental well-being. The recipients of the award have played a crucial role in recognizing and encouraging leaders to prioritize and contribute to essential aspects of public health and environmental sustainability. Acknowledging the efforts not only honors the recipient, but also sets an example for peers to follow, fostering a culture of awareness and an action in the field of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, this award goes to His Excellency Dr. Honorable Paul Otuoma. So may we have a guided photo session for this? May we have a guided photo session first with the Bosia team and then with their excellencies, the governors and deputy governors.
Open it up. This is for you people. Thank you for the team. You know I'm just
Thank you. Can we have a photo session with Excellency, the governors and deputy governors? Please retain the trophy. Your Excellency, can we have a photo with Excellency, the governors, deputy governors? Governors and deputy governors and first spouses present. Please join the photo session. County first spouses.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. His Excellency, the Chairperson of the Strategic Advisory Committee, Honorable Arthur Odera, please may you take us to the next steps.
Good. Hello, come on. From the look of things, this was destined. We don't propose.
Happily, ladies and gentlemen, there is no speech. This is only an invitation to our chairperson of the First Spouses Committee, who I'm kindly requesting to come and have a vote of thanks. Then we will have a prayer, and guess what the next thing is? We shall eat and we shall dance. Thank you very much for your patience.
Your Excellency, the Governor, the First Spouses, distinguished guests, good evening. Good evening. Has everybody enjoyed the day? I can't hear you. I was a teacher once. Has everybody enjoyed the day? No, who didn't get an award? Now, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Western Kenya Sanitation Program, the LREB CEO and the LREB organizers for this event. I also want to thank the chair of the LREB region, Professor Nyang, for ensuring that we have had this process go on smoothly. For those counties that have not been having this program going on, including my county, tonight we have been assured that this is going to happen, and probably next year when we come to get awards, we will get as many awards as Busia has gotten. But for us to take home is that the knowledge that we've acquired today, the information we have acquired today, we may share it with others to ensure that every child gets a sanitary towel. And to the governor, much as it's, may I kindly indulge you, as we say bye tonight, kindly think of every child getting a sanitary towel the same way that condoms are given for free. That is our parting shot. I want to thank each one of you for having come, and I want to wish you a safe journey back home. When we meet next, I believe that we will not be saying the same thing about sanitary towels. We will be saying everybody has gotten a sanitary towel now. How can we dispose of it? For those who got awards for innovation, I want to wish you very well, and I hope that you can actually advance your businesses. The next time we meet, we will have something new to show. For those of us who didn't get any award, please work very hard in your sections, work very hard in your department, and have something to show in the next year when we are going to be given awards. I want to thank you, and I want to thank you for the opportunity that you have afforded us. And I want to pray that the governors are going to give us some budget. The MPAs are here. Kindly give the first spouses a budget to do some work. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now want, as the last thing, to invite our member of County Assembly to pray for the food, the night, and for everything we are going to do thereafter.
Let us believe and pray. Almighty Father, we thank you for this wonderful day, Father. Lord, we thank you for all those who have come here. We thank you, Father, because you've been with us from the time we started up to this time, Father. Lord God, I thank you for the gift of our leaders. Let them, Father, give them wisdom as they deliberate on their duties. Abba, Father, as we are preparing to leave, Lord, for those who are traveling, we pray for journey mercies. Almighty Father, we are going to have our dinner. Lord, I pray that you bless it and sanctify it before we have it. In Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, just give a brief direction. So this is how we're going to start our dinner. We are going to allow our governors, deputy governors to serve. So if you're on my right, the starting point is on my right. If you're on my left, the starting point is on my left. And the first spouses and the guest speakers as well. As the other very important.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki na tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka. furaha. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo. Tutalinda katiba mpya. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Wenye nchi
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenye nchi
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenye nchi
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenye nchi
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
na tumeapa sote wenye nchi ya Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenye nchi
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu.
Mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima.
Umoja wetu Kenya tudumishe.
Mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima.
Sitadanganywa kamwe na porojo
Mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima.
zenye kuleta chuki kati yetu.
Mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima.